IQ retard. You're a low 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 IQ retard.
We can put up our IQs. We can actually put on our.
You're a low IQ retard. Anyways, and listen, if you guys are friends with that guy, fuck whoever's friends with him. How about that? Because that was one of the stupidest fucking human beings I've ever interacted with on this fucking app. What a fucking retard. He decided that he wanted to defend threatening women with rape, and then he said that in this room he's heard he says it's hypocritical because he's heard things that are just as bad. When you ask him for an example, I choose not to give an example. That guy is fucking massively low IQ. But that is what chillism is about. If you guys have low IQ, go hang out in chillism with that faggot.
Okay, so, Huey...
And yes, I removed him because he's a fucking faggot.
Right, so let me tell you what Huey's example was that he was trying not to say, but it was emblematic of how people twist your words.
Well, hold on. If you're going to defend him, you and I are going to fucking have a problem here. Because he literally got on this, in the chat, he's defending people threatening women with sexual violence, and then he's equating that to whatever he thinks that other people have said, and we asked him for an example, he didn't fucking have one. That guy is a fucking retard, and if you guys defend him, I'm gonna have smoke for all of you, so tread lightly.
Okay, here's the smoke. We were having a conversation about our young adults, our young men particularly, not becoming not maturing quickly, that we've infantilized the youngest generation and handicapped them and prevent them from adulting. And I said, during the Great Depression, 13-year-olds would leave their farms and take the train into the city and work during the week and then come home on the weekend to the farm so their family would have money. And Huey says, oh, those sound like your kind of man, huh, Monica? I'm like, well, young men doing their job? Yeah. Oh, so you're a pedophile. So that's what he was intimating when he said he didn't want to go there, because that's his most recent example. But it's actually an example of how he manipulates words to take the worst intent and framing of it to own people. So I'm ready for the smoke if you have it for me, sir.
Yeah. Anyways, anyone that spends too much time in that room will retard their brain. The guy. First of all, he doesn't have the intellect to engage with people properly. And then when he decides that it's time for him to speak up, his defense was of those that want to threaten women with sexual violence. I mean, the guy's a fucking clown.
Well,
exactly. On a good day, he's an incel. On a bad day, he's supporting sexual violence against women.
All right, I'll go after Ann.
No, go. And go. So you said that he was doing it in the chat, but I can't see where he was supporting it in the chat.
That's because he was removed and his comments are gone, you retard. Jesus Christ.
When you remove somebody, the comments get removed?
Yeah,
That's
it's
how
terrible. I did quote tweet one of his comments. I could have sworn people on this stage have defended worse applications of free speech. And that's kind of where I think he was going, is that we should allow Brad to provide entertainment in the form of verbal harassment to people because free speech. But I submit that there's a power dynamic. Miss Shirley did not deserve the comments that he issued to her because she had the temerity to interrupt him yesterday morning. It was ugly and unnecessary. And she might have been condescending and passive-aggressive when she called him, look, hun, and he didn't have to curse at her. He didn't. And he can control himself when he wants to. So Brad's selective outrage is annoying.
That's because he ties this performance, this performative, as a verbal abuser, he ties it to himself, and so he feels that he has to perform. I've been, I never start with that guy, and no matter what, invariably he'll throw after I speak about something that has nothing to do with him, just on a topic. He'll insult and verbally accuse. It's disgusting. It's horrible. It's absolute horrible behavior. I think that anybody that gives any type of support to somebody like that doesn't really believe in like having a real discussion based in truth, just more performance.
Tina?
Hi, Anne. How are you?
Good. Are you okay?
Am I okay? Yeah.
No, I don't know. So hearing you in here is different than hearing you in Chilliton.
Give me an example.
Maybe in here you're playing defense and in there you play offense. So I'm not used to hearing you play defense all the time.
Play defense. I think I play defense wherever I go. I don't think everywhere I go, people don't like me, yeah.
Monica, Scarlett. So sorry. So, I think maybe one of the reasons why people keep talking over you is because the volume on your headset or your earbuds is very, very low. It happens. Just wanted to make you aware.
She's working. So that's why mine would be low.
Yeah, that's easy. But no, it's not a criticism. It's just, hey, just want to let you know that there's a weird
So, Kristen, I have to also say, so yesterday when Serendipity and Monica held that room after, like, the shit show room, and then when you had said, like, I threw Brad down, and then Monica and Serendipity were like, well, when you do that, like, zero slowing down, it's fine, like, who cares? But, like, just own it, because you did that, Monica, myself, caught the smoke from it. So then when after their room, there was another in the mock room created. Brad came in, you were on stage, and it was talked about again and again. I got the smoke. He thought that I threw him down. I was getting the smoke. You were on stage and you stayed on mute. Why didn't you then own it? Or were you just too scared? Because that was really fucking annoying that you literally said, oh, next time I'll do that. And then we had a room, and I caught the smoke, Monica caught the smoke again, and you stayed on mute. Like, you didn't even own your shit, you just let us take the wrath for you. And I don't give a fuck about what Brad thinks of me, but, like, you gotta grow some balls.
And I have an amazing set. I think anybody who's ever talked to me can tell you that mine are bigger than most men out here. And if I had felt it was necessary to do so, I've already apologized to Scarlett and to Serenity for any misunderstanding.
No, but we're
So,
all not.
I'm not done.
No,
I'm not
but
done.
you did it
I'm not
again.
I'm
You
not done.
apologized again.
Yeah, I'm not done. So,
I wish that you were in this room.
Vote for John Kitover or you're not black.
You're just annoying.
want to, well, that's your thing. Have fun.
Not just mine, trust me.
I don't care. I have heard everything you imagine on me. And if you think I care,
Keep going.
I have another thing from you. So, if we're gonna be enemies, okay.
I know.
Awesome.
You're not
Well,
even
then
worth
if we're
my
not
enemy.
enemies,
It's just that you're just like
then
low-hanging
guess
fruit.
what? Then guess what?
You're just low-hanging
You're
fruit.
Yeah, you're not.
You're low-hanging
gonna let
fruit.
me-
It's like, when we're having like psychological warfare, you would definitely not be on my team and like.
So, what's gonna happen?
Are you muting me? Are you muting me?
And you're in
You're-
us.
I don't give a fuck.
That's what's happening right now.
Okay.
You
Guess what?
understand that.
Mute me again.
So,
I'm a leader in this. Are you a leader in here?
you can be whoever you want, but you.
So don't fucking mute me. I don't know if you think that you are.
Do you want me to respond?
Not really.
Do you want me to respond?
Not really.
Because I can. And you know, and I can.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna
Well,
do?
Kristen, what I would like to know is next time you're in a room with Brad, will you tell him the third time he was moved down, it wasn't Monica? it wasn't Ann?
Sure.
When you think about, okay, because I think that would go a long way. Well, I'm not going to speak for Ann.
Okay, Scarlett, can I finish responding to Ann and I will address all of this? Thank you. I have no problem talking to Mr. Mann, but every time that I spoke, he interrupted me. So if there was any chance for me to actually explain that I am the person who was sworn you down,
There's no real extracts or compression that you
that
can
would
give.
be great, and I would have done so. But does Brad listen to me? Does he listen to anybody? No, he doesn't. I'm not going to argue with people who aren't going to listen.
Who said you have to argue? You just have to own it.
I'm not done. I already did.
Oh my god, then hurry up,
I've already
lady.
told it to other people whose opinions are not important yours. And I have made mistakes, absolutely. And I'm ready to learn it. And I'm ready to be called out, absolutely.
Then you
I'm
should
not
have
very
let
good
people
at
call you out.
It's fine. There's different ways of doing that. So
How do you want to be called out? Please tell me your terms and conditions that I know and can remember next time.
I don't care to engage in anything else with you.
Okay, so I'm not just speaking on. I'm not just
Okay,
speaking
you
on
know
my.
what?
I'm
Here's
speaking
the thing
about
that's
Monica
There's no
too.
real extract.
The thing is, about you keep on interrupting me,
All I'm
and then
next time we're in a room,
saying,
say
and
it's
then
Brad.
all of this kind of stuff, and like I can totally
Oh my god,
the whole
I
thing.
would like
And
this
I
woman
just-
won't shut up.
Okay, so here's the news out of that. You guys can all not listen to me. I'm just answering the question that was given to me.
Okay, so did you answer Monica's question? Because it was really simple.
Yes,
No, you didn't.
yes.
It was a yes or no.
Scarlett, did I answer your question?
I heard she said she'd be happy to, but maybe. I don't think I misheard.
So then why didn't you do it yesterday, Kristen, after we discussed it? Why didn't you do that? I guess I just want to understand why. You just literally just got back and just let us take heat again, and I just think that's I just lost a lot of respect for you.
You never had any to begin with.
Well, I mean,
I don't really care.
Right.
And I don't care to engage in you ever.
It's not that I didn't have. Right.
I don't care about your opinion.
Right.
I don't care.
So it's not that.
Hold on. Can I jump in?
Of course you can.
You want to get in the middle? Is that what I'm hearing, Mojo?
No, I don't want to hear a male's voice right now. Ladies, continue.
Oh God. Listen, I don't think that white on white violence.
Except Evans.
What? Who the
No,
fuck?
definitely not. Definitely
If
not.
somebody interrupts me again, I'm gonna fucking toss you. Listen, if you guys can't fucking do this without interrupting, go to Chillism. Go hang out with people that made comments supporting the violence against women. Look, can we just move on? Why are the white women fighting with each other? I mean,
It's hot.
No, seriously, what did somebody schedule their Tupperware party on the same day? Like what was the grievance that white women could possibly be fighting over today?
You're killing all of our buzzes. These are the hottest women on the app, and they're getting a little spicy. Let it happen.
Matt, stop. Okay, so what I'd like to know, Mojo, moving forward, if Brad goes scorched earth on a Girl Scout girl, figuratively speaking, I would my recommendation in the room that I don't know if you had a chance to listen to the replay was that there be an informal mod chat somewhere. I know you don't like going off the app, and I can't figure out how to create a group back channel, but I think that would have gone a long way to helping prevent what happened.
Listen, you know what else prevents things? Just referring to the rules. I'll read them to you.
100%.
So if we were to take a look at the rules of the House, rule number 1, no threats of violence. Number 2, no doxing. Number 3, stay on topic. Number 4, keep your shares brief. Here's an important one. Number 5, do not interrupt speakers, especially mods. Number 6, mods may interject when appropriate. Number 7, the N and K words are forbidden on stage and in chat. Number 8, don't spam chat. Number 9, do not bring drama here from other rooms. Number 10, English only. And number 11, which was added yesterday, keep families out of your mouth. Those are the 11 rules of the House. I think if we would have just simply invoked the violations that were happening, there's probably a need for additional rules, but we'll wait until these situations arise. But I think those 11 rules will keep the temperature down in most cases.
I thought the 11th rule was to let Hakima speak. I have to change my PTR now. Bummed. It just made it this morning.
Need one more for the top rules of Mojo.
To those rules and what happened yesterday, is there an assumption, because I think that's where there was some ambiguity, if you are not here, you empower the other mods to maintain and enact said rules when someone is having a severe toxic meltdown, as was the case yesterday? Or is that not the case? Do you have to be here for that to happen?
Yeah, so the rules should guide the room, and anyone that has a mod badge, if you're confused about what to do, just refer to the rules. And the unwritten rule is that mods do have discretion. I probably need to be more careful on who's modding in the rooms. Like, for example, right now we have a conflict between mods. This is not the desired state of a room. You want to make sure that even if there's differing opinions, that they have respect for each other, or at least show it within the confines of the rules. And we haven't said no personal attacks. That's not a rule. But I'm noodling on the language of if there is going to be personal attacks, I want it to be mutually determined that both parties involved wish to engage in that, because otherwise it's just being a bully. And that's what I don't want to see. But if two people want to go off on each other and they can keep families out of it, not say certain words, I think that's fair game.
It's incredible how reasonable and wonderful Mojo could be, as long as he doesn't apply to himself. I actually agree with that. I think that was fabulous. Well said.
How would you... give me an explanation of when I don't follow that.
You're joking.
No, I'm being serious.
You're a huge bully. You're a huge bully.
Example?
Me? You bullied me for weeks. That's what you do. You bully everybody.
I challenge your ideas, and your ideas are hard to defend until you feel bullied.
Oh, Mojo. He just came into the room. The dumbest person on the app. Oh, look, Mojo. Low IQ Mojo just came into the room. Oh, yeah. You don't like my views. Oh, Mojo is a terrorist sympathizer. Oh, Mojo. Come on. You're a bully.
Please don't.
I don't even know what you're saying. I'm trying to follow what you're saying.
I mean, just replay any of the times I've been on this stage in the past several weeks. I mean, you've been really good for the past 3 days, I'll say that. You're different. You're different. You're not the same. You're a new man.
None of us are the same as we were yesterday.
I'm down with it. I'm down with it.
Are you flirting with Mojo?
I am flirting with the potentiality, the principal potentiality of him possibly adhering to this wonderful principle that he's just laid out. And yeah, I think
what she said is she's attracted to my masculinity, but she doesn't like that we disagree.
No, I love to
Well,
disagree. Trust me.
hold on, Bima. Let him have that. So I really do admire Mojo's desire to come between two women. I thought that was pretty remarkable.
Well, why between them? No, why not on them?
Oh, that was an unfortunate phrase of words, but you know, I appreciate that, and I will take both. Correct. And I mean, seriously, Scarlett and very well said.
Matt Cool said something interesting in the chat. He says, if I had done what Brad did, I would have been tossed, I bet. Do we think this is true?
Yes, there's the mods didn't know what to do with him, and he should have been.
Nye bent over backwards trying to calm him down.
She's not that flexible.
I left because I'm chicken shit.
That's unkind. I don't like you talking about my friend. You did a great job, and I was gonna go behind you.
I was so uncomfortable. I just knew it wasn't gonna end well. I was like, I'm out, bye.
Yeah, right. Mistakes were made. Just for everybody, so to clarify, yeah, the mistakes were made yesterday. They were talked about amongst the moms and where the mistakes happened and like adhering to all of the rules better. Like, for example, if you bring somebody down as a mod, it doesn't work to have another mod bring that person back up without clear consent with everybody. That made a big mess. And
I think we're getting too into the details. I think
no. The reason why I'm saying that only is because there's been some people asking, well, this is what happened.
Chris, here's the broad stroke of what happened. Okay.
Yes.
The male
You're
mod.
better at stroke. You're better at stroke.
This is true. So let me finish. The male mod left and chaos ensued. I probably need to do a mod seminar where I can teach the women what I know about moderation. It's crazy for me to have expected that the women of this room would have been able to mod on their own. And so I apologize for leaving. I apologize for not training you all properly, but I will commit to training the moderators.
It's not that we're incapable of moderating spaces we create. It's that when you're moderating a space in a house that you don't own,
Yep.
you're always focused on what would Mojo do. And
How about this? What about acknowledging that even Mojo makes mistakes and then just dedicate yourself to trying to do the right thing? If your decision is wrong-headed, we could talk about that. But if you could justify, I believe that this was the right thing to do, I took this course of action, I'm the moderator, I think we can live with that. And then we can challenge the logic and the reasoning that you applied, and we can learn from that. I would argue your own understanding of what is right and wrong.
that's what I did yesterday. The only regret I have is I was unable to speak so that people didn't understand the motivations behind my actions. I had like 30-minute delay before I could explain what was happening.
Okay, so here's what would have happened differently if I was there. And again, I don't want to rewrite history, but like, here's what I suspect. If I were there, if Shirley would have interrupted Brad, I would have either said, Shirley, let Brad finish, or if I hadn't got to that point and Brad started going in hard on Shirley, I would have said, Brad, and if I needed to, I maybe would use tools like meetings or that sort of thing. But my guess is that he would have listened to me, and then we could have just established an order. Let's let Brad finish, then we'll go to Shirley. And I think what happens is when we sometimes we create this space because we want it. Sometimes we create this space of being like, oh, let's see where this goes. Oh, Brad's getting fired up. Shirley's catching strays. This is different. This is exciting. I'm getting my dopamine. Let me just sit back. And I'm guilty of this. We're all guilty of this. The question is, what is too far? And it would be boring if we stopped every escalation before it really gets a chance to mature. But we have to be honest with ourselves. We come here to see some conflict. I just think we need better rules of engagement so when we have conflict,
I'm sure that very masculine. And somebody though, I'll be masculine by
people like Jane are not told
and
that
by
they're going to get raped and drown in a body of water. I think there's certain things we should be able to agree upon they're too far.
I mean, no, I agree. Like, and I think that, like, I mean, people that just go, I don't even know why there even needs to be rules. Like, because people should just, well, I guess on Clubhouse we need rules. But Brad has said these kind of things to a lot of women on the app. I mean, he's even gone as far as saying he was going to bend Isaiah over and shove a crucifix up his ass.
Because you're a fucking pussy. You're born a pussy, you will always be
a dude that he was saying that to, which, and not a woman. To me, I still think that that's a little too far, right? Because he said he was going to essentially rape Isaiah and then shove a crucifix of all things up his ass.
Okay.
I'm serious.
Y'all stop acting like girls.
Are you ready for a topic?
I mean, yeah, I can. I love that.
I love manifestation too.
I'm sure that very bad.
Sometimes I love it as silent.
This is candidate Congressman John Kitover.
Anyway.
Amendment number 25, section 1, in case of the removal of the president from office or of his death or resignation.
Tolerance, if it's something that is agreed upon, like what the example he just gave, assaulting a woman, anyone, and implying that you're going to then end their life, yeah, I think that's too far. I think that's zero tolerance. That's not, you're a libtard. No, that is the stuff, that documentaries and true crime, that's how it starts. That's exactly how it starts.
What was I about to say? You know what? Sorry.
How awesome the women in your yeah.
I was about to say, this. So, John Kitover, I just spoke with Lou Fax, and I'm going to give him a call here in a moment, and just want to check your availability because he wants to do an interview on, I don't know if he's going to do it on Twitter or on here, but he wants to interview the candidate. So I'm going to speak to him and get it scheduled. So just let me know your availability.
Oh, I will make myself available at any time to have that incredible opportunity.
Yeah, and I don't know if you want to talk in the back channel or if you want to talk right here about issues that I think that his listeners might care about. Things that are consistent with your vibe.
Yeah, we can talk about anything here. I'm open to having all conversations in the public.
Yeah, so I would think that occupational licensing fees would really, like, reducing and eliminating occupational licensing fees, like, for example, fees for people that want to, like, twist braids or cut hair or cut nails, things like that. I think that would be helpful to his community. I also think civil asset forfeiture, the act of the police taking property from somebody before they're convicted of a crime, I think that's a problem. I think those are the kind of things that if you were to tap into and discuss how not only are these horrible policies, but they disproportionately impact certain segments of the population.
Yeah. I mean, in Illinois, we have the Illinois Department of Financial Professional Regulations, where if you're a realtor or a hairstylist, you have to get these ridiculous, you have to pass tests, you have to pay all this annual licensing fees just to perform this service. And in terms of, civil asset forfeiture, I mean, if you're driving to a casino and you've got, $10,000, $20,000 in your car and you get pulled over and the police take that money from you and claim that you're involved in some kind of drug, scheme, and then you have to get a lawyer and go to court to get your money back. I mean, it's absolutely outrageous what the police can do.
I've been there, done that, and it's actually less than that. I was driving home from Reno once, and I had money in an envelope, and I was getting tired, and I was speeding coming out of the mountain, coming out of Reno, and I was pulled over, and they had all the right in the world to give me a ticket, no problem. But then when they asked what was in the envelope, I told them that I had some success at the casino in Reno. They told me to step out of the car. They took the envelope. I had to hire a lawyer. I was able to get my assets back, but I was not able to recover the money that I had to spend or the time that I had to spend to fight to get my money back.
Yeah, and it can take a long time. They can take a year to jack around. When my inverter went out, the only time my car broke down when I was 20 miles from home in the two-lane parking lot. I mean, I had to do something or I could even have it towed.
Yeah, when I moved to California, Los Angeles from Illinois, Chicago, I drove there and I had some cash in my car and I got pulled over before I got out of the state of Illinois for speeding, and they stripped my car down. I couldn't believe how hard they were looking, and they couldn't find it, and it was, a big victory to leave that asset forfeiture seizure, operation that they were doing. They could not find the cash in the car.
So, Anne, Kristen, are you guys okay?
You're so stupid.
I'll take that as a yes.
I just can't wait for the next time Brad's in here. I'm just gonna be like, all right, Kristen, here's your moment to shine. And then when she does it, then I'll say, good job, Kristen. Welcome to In the Mob. You're now one of us.
See, the best way to deal with Brad is he is a heat-seeking missile. You just don't want his, targeting sensors to detect you. So, deploying that military asset to chillism is an excellent use of that heat-seeking missile. And I put a clip in chat where you can watch Brad absolutely nuke chillism.
Thank you for putting that in there.
I will say, you can trash talk Chillism all you want, but there is only one room on this app, only one, and it's only Chillism, that allows absolute free speech-ish. It does not kick people out. Knowledge is the person, not Nathan. Knowledge is behind the genius. You can say anything you want, no bullying, you get to get it out.
Wait, no bullying.
Thanks for that reminder, Nehemiah. Just that was a good reminder for me to unfollow you. Thank you.
And no bullying is a rule that is adamantly opposed to free speech. And by the way, why should you be able to say whatever you want? Every one of these spaces is curated by a host who gets to decide, how they want to run their space. And I don't know. I just don't know why you would advocate for that.
Yeah, I'm curious why people want certain content in their space. The most pushback rule that we have in this house is the rule that says that you can't say the N and the K word. Now, for most rational adults, they don't have a problem with that. Those are not words that are regularly incorporated into their vocabulary. But here on Clubhouse, it's the most pushed back upon rule. Imagine that, people fighting for the right to say the N word. It's amazing. Diva, do you oppose my rule about not saying the N word?
No, I like that rule. I mean, I think, so it's difficult because, I don't know, I'm not intelligent enough to make that call. I rely on the people to make
I agree with you.
calls. Yeah. No, but seriously, yeah, free speech. Like, it's interesting. I think that it's nice to know who you're talking to, right? And you have English language as 3,000 adjectives, right? And you have the ability to build upon them, like making a potentially infinite number of words that you could use besides that. So I like to know who I'm talking to. So I don't know. I'm undecided. I would prefer not to have that word said in a discussion, but I also would prefer not to be bullied or harassed for a particular position, and to have my positions genuinely represented and not manipulated. You know what I mean?
But Bima, wouldn't you agree that you were given ample time to talk? I mean, in fact, I hear people ask you questions all the time, and then they mute up and they allow you to respond. Do you feel that you don't get adequate time to share your thoughts?
I'm not sure what that has to do with what you just asked.
Well, I'm responding to what you just said, where you felt that you don't get a chance to represent your case, and I think that that's incorrect.
No, that's not what I said. You see, like, this is one of those times.
Chris,
I never said I don't get enough time.
Well, listen, I agree that there's some people in this room, which could include me, that think that some of your ideas are poorly thought out and definitely poorly argued, and so there's definitely going to be a critique of that. Do you think that that's unfair in these discussions?
No, I have no problem with that. What I have a problem with is when I've answered enough questions and you know what my position is, and then there's an intentional manipulation of my position for performance or whatever else. If that's your business model, I mean, whatever. I bring myself, I put it here, I can leave quietly if I want, but I still think that it's disingenuous and it's not it's not good for civil dialogue. Or
let me ask you this. Which house on this app do you think is the best moderated?
Well,
let's narrow the options. Let's say healthy debates, in the muff, chillism, and Lisa 420. Who do you got?
It depends on the goal. Like free speech, I have that answer. Good, cultivation of dialogue, I have that answer. So we gotta set the goal. Because I'll tell you what, I know it ain't healthy debates because I found chillism because healthy debates kept kicking my ass out when I was having civil dialogue. So healthy debates was my reason for going to chillism. And so that just shut down dialogue completely. But this, in the muff, I don't know. I like a lot. I mean, there's a lot of good stuff. But I still know that I don't have to be I don't have to fear presenting any type of political position in knowledge space ever. As long as knowledge is there, right? Knowledge is there. That's the safest place on this app to express your freedom of thought. But I mean, not everybody likes safe, and I understand that too. They're all different business models. It just depends on what you're looking for.
Bima, you don't view the green bean moderator and the design of this app, with houses and rooms as like a way to essentially be free? Because if you think you're being bullied or you're getting kicked out of this room or that, it might not have to do with, the moderation or the room. It could be you, meaning that the way you speak or what you're talking about or how aggressive you are. I mean, it's easy to throw stones and call people bullies, but I'm just saying the ability to create here is the ultimate redemption.
I think that's out for, to be determined, right? But I would say there's a guy on this app, I don't remember his name, but he streams rooms. And I know that there's I could get a lot of clips, possibly maybe an hour's worth of just not unprovoked insults coming into particular spaces, but not in the last 3 days. And I got my eyebrows.
There's a guy on this app that streams rooms.
Yeah, on YouTube. And
really?
So, yeah. And so the point though was that, we could probably catch that guy and find some recordings.
Who is that guy?
I wouldn't know.
There's several, aren't there? There's a few.
He's definitely not right above you, Beamer. Definitely not. Not our friend Congressman.
Yeah, no, not at all. That guy's running for Congress. That's Congressman John Kitover, who reads wonderful works and educates the public.
Yeah, doesn't he talk about the Tao?
Precisely. Simplicity. What was it? Spicy.
It's definitely not him.
No, not him.
I want to know who this guy is. I mean, he could potentially be making us famous.
God, I hope not.
So, Moose, what makes you think that Healthy Debates is a better moderated house than In the Muff?
When JB is moderating, he does a good job of giving everyone a chance to speak and welcomes everyone on stage, regardless of one's political affiliation. And
Do you mean everyone?
Sorry?
He allows everyone?
Everyone what?
Well, because I've heard complaints that people get removed from that space quite a bit.
Well, I think he said political affiliation.
Yes, correct, thank you. Now, what they say after they're welcome to get them removed, that's obviously up to their, just like you have your rules, he has his rules, I suppose. But I see a significant improvement with your moderating, Mojo, so check back with this poll in another week.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying, like, there's a race to the top, and boy, where you see where I'm at, right, Moose?
I have no idea what you just said or what that meant.
So you choose what space you want to be in, right? And then, never mind.
Right, like you choose to hang out with white chillism where people drop the N-bomb as if they were saying, oh heck.
I would say so too. I mean, just speaking from experience, because like from my own experience, the reason why I would go into the healthy debates a long time ago was because I'm a very sensitive person, and in order for me to gain more of a callous in a social environment, get more practice speaking and all of that kind of stuff, I would go in there. And it would help to, challenge because people would challenge me. They would say, I would say something, and then whether it's an attack or whether it's a challenge or whether it's a thought-provoking thing and ask questions or whatever, most of the time, yeah, I got my feelings hurt. But at the same time, I went into that room knowing exactly what I'm stepping into. And I did that on purpose so that I could better myself, so that I don't get so upset if somebody does say something to me. And I need a lot more practice with that. And just all kinds of stuff. That's just my own journey in there. But I chose to go in there and not. Most people are like, oh, I'll never go in there, and they're just crazy. They're so mean. And I'm like, yeah, but sometimes it's kind of fun. Go ahead and beat me up. Because then I learn better how to navigate in this world. better control myself and behave. So, but that's my own truth.
This is like rapid fire Toastmasters. I did public speaking in college, did a course, and that was really insightful. And what was interesting about that experience is I came back from Israel on a birthright trip, and I gave a presentation on the Palestinian Media Watch organization and how they distribute propaganda through fake Disney television programming and all kinds of things. And I got called into the professor's office, and he sat me down, and he was from like Chile or Argentina, and he screamed at me for an hour about how the Jews, through learned behavior, are the new Nazis of the Middle East. And he gave me some kind of punishment of something, and then I walked out of his office, and that was the end of it. But from a public speaking perspective, that was like my first big success in public speaking or gaslighting, to a particular set of audience that has Jewish derangement syndrome or Israeli derangement syndrome, and is totally all or nothing or one sided. But that's not the point of what I'm saying. What I'm saying here is that Clown House is your Toastmasters opportunity to come prepared to your public speaking engagement. And the quickest and easiest way to do it is to do AI prompts or Grok prompts and just read some data. You need, I don't know if any of you have done public speaking and understand like the framework to a speech, but your attention getter or telling people what you're going to tell them is your introductory statement. And then you move on to your, main bodies or your main points. It's the same format as an essay, essentially. And then you tell them what you told them and you give them your conclusion statement. But it's important to inform your audience whether you're giving a persuasive speech or an informative speech, and be direct and to the point with regards to which one it is. They're technically the same thing, but anyways, this is just public speaking, and people take this so personally and road rage on here and make homicidal ideation threats. That is strange, but also because you've witnessed it so many times, it's a lot of just like dopamine creation in the weirdest way possible. But listen, I hate to say it, but we live in a very violent world, and we are all going to disappear. So, if you want to spend your time complaining about bullying, or talking about the past, my favorite rule in this house is don't bring drama from other rooms in here, because that immediately demands that you're in the now, and today doesn't end up being a bleed over from yesterday and the day before. And so when you're in the now, you do not bring up stories of past drama from other rooms.
Shall I present a Toastmasters speech on the topic? Toastmasters? Is it just like a regular, like these sodas? Toastmaster. Toastmaster. Is it Toastmasters?
Toastmasters.
I took it to my business. They had us do it. What was it? Blue Benisuti? Back in the day. You guys want to change the topic or what?
If you want to, okay, that was a little bit of an awkward segue, but sure.
I like Roger's spaces in the month and that moderation the best, simply because I feel like he's got a little something to offend everyone. And if you're not offended occasionally, then you're probably in the wrong space.
I've listened to Chillism for many years now and have recorded their rooms many, many times. And like from a speaking perspective, everybody, gets a low grade, and the moderators, to me, it's unbelievable that Tali and Nathan can absorb all of that, and let go about their daily business. Because I assume Tali's working from home, and Nathan, who knows what he does, occasionally. Anyways, It's too much. It's TMI. But what I'm saying is, look at these four rooms in the survey, cast your vote, but just know that, these four rooms are in the permafrost of Clown House. They are consistent, and they draw a crowd. So it's very easy to shit on people, but the point is, they still are able to create these incredible situations or cast of characters. And if you are a capitalist or a business entrepreneur, recording these rooms and bootlegging them could be a good opportunity because they are not recorded, they are one offs, and the cast and the crew will never come together again. So each conversation is rather special from that perspective. I don't think anybody's interested in these conversations in the future because most people want to be in a now conversation, and that's what creates the highest dopamine. So, anyways, I cast my vote for Mojo because I think Mojo has organized the most intelligent and curated conversations on this app, and the funniest conversations because I do think it is a little bit like a roast where the head MC gets to bat around somebody, toss around their ideas, and bring in a new subject. So I salute you, Mojo.
Thank you, thank you. I also welcome people to roast me. That's something you don't get in a lot of these rooms. Try going in politically correct and roasting the host.
Happily. Oh wait, no, don't twist my arm.
I think when Bima said that I do a drive-by and just go into rooms and like drop insults, I've definitely gone into chillism and just press that button many times from many accounts. But I think from their perspective,
I can't hear him. Is it me or is it?
It's you. It's you.
Okay.
It's that cheap phone of yours.
Good morning, sunshine.
Oh, I didn't realize I was on mute. Sorry, guys. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Good afternoon. I don't know, Congressman. I would say that I do agree with you. I would say this probably is the best moderated right now. However, it's not the safest to talk about topics, and that's I think that's important too. So, like I said, depending on your goal.
What topic do you think is unsafe to discuss in this room?
You already know the answer to that. And I mean, listen to Yui. Like you had a pretty harsh criticism of Yui today, who got kicked out of the room, and you had your opinions about him. Monica has her opinions about him, I'm sure, but we've had plenty late night conversations. Me, Hagap, Yui, a couple others, and they are really good conversations. And I do think that he's a fabulous chess player, and I also think that he has some great argumentation, and I also think that he can, mess up just like anybody else. So I would like to see Yui stay and talk, but like I said,
I think his fake accent is the first problem, but the big mistake he made in here was defending attacking women. I mean, you can't be in polite society if you think it's okay to sexually assault women. He thought that there was a moral equivalence between other things that were said in this room and talking about directly sexually assaulting women. And then when he was asked for an example, he couldn't give one. I think that shows that he was a bad faith actor.
If anybody is to give me like the abridged version of what happened besides Mojo, I would listen to it. But I mean, Mojo, there is a chance in the future that I can maybe become a reliable source, but I've seen you manipulate enough retellings that there's no way that I'm just gonna.
How about this? I'll pick the person with the most politically opposite views of me on the stage. Moose, you were here for this. Moose, do you think that...
No, let him tell me what happened.
Okay, good. Moose.
Tell her what you observed when Huey was here.
Yui came in, I guess there were comments in the chat, and then, yeah, what happened?
Move.
Well, it's alright. There's still a place. There's still, opportunity. The what is it called? The adjacent possible. There may be some amazing adjacent possible after Mojo. Past 3 days, it's been pretty nice. Mine is today, but I can't make a full assessment because
I have a question about free speech and chillism. How come Rich isn't allowed in chillism?
Well,
That was a fair question, I thought.
He was in there.
Am I not hearing? I don't hear anybody.
your audio, yeah, see the audio.
That was an interesting time for her to have audio issues.
Did you though?
I was in Chillism the other day, and Rich was in there on 2 separate occasions. I mean, Nathan was yelling at him, but he was in there.
I was told that he was banished from there.
He seems to be on the back in the good graces of the mods, because he was definitely in there yesterday.
Would you say that the mods in that room are consistent with each other? That they all subscribe to the same rule set?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
I couldn't hear that. I'm really sorry. I had to go out and come back in.
We were asking why, if chillism is about free speech, why did Rich get removed from chillism?
Because he violated one of the rules too many times. They have like
Which rule? Which rule, Bima?
Doxing, and just like every rule, he violates every rule. He's not a good guy.
Well, I have to say this out loud. Rich has been blocked from this room.
He's been in this one too.
Well, I blocked him personally on 2 of his accounts, but if he apologizes this is my condition for him, if he apologizes to Adams and then another particular woman who I will not mention by name, if he apologizes to them for his behavior and agrees to follow the rules, he will be reinstated in the buff.
This is not an intention. No, that's a lie. That's a damn lie. Okay, I'm gonna tell you what I think. You want to love Rich because you know when somebody's just off and you just know they're off and you want to give them a chance. And he's admitted like
I know that all too well. But go ahead, continue.
So thank you. So I think he says like he's autistic or something. I don't know what it is. So you want to like give him chances, But it never changes. It never changes. It doesn't matter. And he's one of the biggest disruptors of good conversation. In most of the best rooms that I've been in, like little teeny rooms, there's no way that people will tolerate him. And I feel bad, because I want him to have a space, but it's too difficult when he starts to harass people, especially about like their personal life, and intentionally lie. Like he said one time, he kept going between 2 rooms and saying that other people were talking about the other people. Now, I witnessed this, and once I witnessed it, I said, hey, I saw what you just did. You just went over, and now these people are thinking, they're taking it seriously. They're not taking it as a troll. And he was intentionally inflaming and making up just fights between people and individuals. And that's what he likes to do. And I'm like, why do you do that? That's not right. Right? And he's just like, what did he say? He wanted to win the award for the biggest troll or something like that. And that's his intention is to cause chaos. Those are his words. And, don't you you want, but you're not gonna have a good conversation with him in the room. I'm sorry. I mean, I don't want to say that, but it's just the truth. Do you know what I did? Listen, I don't like when I mod rooms and I open up a room. I do not move people. If I was ever modded, I'll be the worst mod. I don't move people unless they're threatening threats of violence or doxing. Those are the only two things, right? Only two things that I would. That's too far. But
Bima, can I just pause you there? So,
yeah, go ahead.
When this room was discussing somebody's behavior where they were threatening violence, specifically sexual violence to women on the stage, there was another individual that defended that and tried to draw a moral equivalence between that type of communication and other things in this room. And then when I called that out and even asked for examples, I wasn't given an example. Can you tell me how you square what you had just said with your defense of Huey?
So I feel like that you definitely have an agenda of why you just asked what you said, because I don't know how it's relative to anything that I'm saying.
All people have bias. I just own mine a little bit better than most. So yeah, I have a bias. One of my bias is I like to protect women. Another bias is I like to call out when people have gone too far, and then when people are simping for bad behavior, I like to call that out too. That's all I did with Huey. The reason why
I see.
Hold on. The reason why Huey got removed was he chose not to engage in good faith. I gave him multiple opportunities. He came up and he said that he thought that it was hypocritical to criticize somebody for threatening sexual violence on women. And then I said, well, where's the hypocrisy? Give me the example of a behavior that's equivalent that you think it happens. And he couldn't answer that question. And then his refusal to have an honest dialogue is what got him removed. I mean, the whole reason we have these dialogues is to be able to have honest conversations. It appeared that he was either unwilling to have an honest conversation or incapable. In either case, that's why he was removed.
Yeah, actually, Roger, he also said that multiple people in this room he has examples of. So he couldn't even name one example from one person.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, honestly, when you did that and you played that move, and he chose not to answer, I don't think you give enough people credit to say, oh, look, we all saw that that's a checkmate, right? And you won right there. That was a win. And now he has to go on and defend whatever he was going to do. I feel that it would have been a better idea to let him, if that was the case, to just let him, crash and burn. You know what I mean? But you did what you did. I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying, listen, I am knocking it. I would have liked to have heard what he would have to say. He's also, there's other psychological dynamics, like, he knows that you're the alpha in the room, and he likes to debate, Yui. He's like a big debater. So
wouldn't another way to be able to frame that is that he knows that he's the beta in the room?
For the sake of the conversation, and the lens, if we're taking your lens short. And so what happens is he's already preparing for these psychological dynamics, and I already saw that these are tactics that he tries to avoid just to keep control of the conversation, just debate stuff, right? But that's how Yui handles debate. But he's still, very intelligent, and I would have liked to hear him say.
So he handles debate. I mean, Roger asked him directly, gave him multiple opportunities to say, okay, saw what you put in chat, you're up here on stage, go ahead and defend yourself, give us examples. And I won't. I'm not going to play your games, Georgia. I'm not going to play your game. It was bullshit. It was performative.
Right.
He had no substance. That's not a good debater.
Well, like I said, he knew that there was a chokehold, so he was in a chokehold. I would have liked to say what he was going to say at all. You know what I mean? But we'll never know. That's all that I'm saying. Let it play out. I mean, if you do what you want. I'm saying that's what I would want to do. But my point is, to get back to Rich, I don't move people when I'm on rooms, and he intentionally will go in my room and destroy and noise troll a room, intentionally, because he knows I'm not going to remove him. And what I end up doing is I just end up leaving. I'll mod somebody else and I'll leave. And so the room gets destroyed. And he's done that to me many times. So I had to block him. I've never blocked anybody on this app. I've never reported anybody. I don't do that, but I had to block him. Because, he made it impossible to just have a good room. But anyway, that's the point. And to Yui's, again with Yui, I mean, I don't know, I wasn't there. I'll have to take your word for it. Yeah, I think Yui's pretty cool. I would have liked to have seen too, and I'm like, that's one of the downsides of kicking somebody out. Maybe we could have moved to the goo, and then Mojo, you do this well, and I've seen you do it many times. You take control of the narrative, move to the goo, like, hey, look, this is what this person said. I look at the chat, boo 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 boo, and now we're gonna like if he doesn't want to defend or give us reasons, then he could think about it, or he could come up when he's ready, you know what I mean? Because now I have no way to verify like what happened. And I mean, like, Yui's not an unreasonable person most of the time. I'm not saying that he's not ever unreasonable. I mean, I think we all are at some points. But I mean,
I think what his biggest crime was is that he doesn't speak up in this room ever. And then the one time that he thought, oh, I'll mix it up, he wanted to take to the chat to defend threats of violence, threats of sexual violence towards women. And then when I brought him to the stage to defend his asinine comments, he couldn't do it. He said that there's a hypocrisy and that equally bad things have been said. And I said, who says equally bad things to threatening sexual violence to women? Call it out. And he couldn't give a single example. The entire engagement was very bad faith, but that's what you get when you bring people from chillism. Like, there's a culture over there of bad faith. There's a culture over there of people that don't want to stand behind the words that they say. They'll type something in chat, and when you ask them point blank, how do you defend this? They clam up. And so I think that he's a midwit. I think that people confuse his accent with being articulate, and I think ultimately what he was guilty of is showing that the only conversation he was interested in engaging with was support of threatening women with sexual violence. That was his position.
Bima, you know what an incel is, right?
I do.
Would you say that might be a fair assessment of not all, but several of the chillism bros in there, particularly this Huey guy?
No, I don't think Huey is an incel. Maybe you haven't run into an incel. I mean, Scarlett knows. I know a leader of the incel movement.
So he just hates women. Because for someone to take the side or defend free speech when to Mojo's point, when it's involving violence against a woman sexually, and to the extent of implying murder, you're either an incel or you absolutely hate women.
Okay, Moose, Mojo, you might not have been around, but he asked you before if you could tell us exactly like what happened, because it seems like you're back. Because you're giving a descriptive, like it's already like your lens. Could you tell me just objectively, like you came into the room, this person, you could just use A, and A said this, then B said this, then Yui said this. Can you just give me a breakdown of what happened objectively?
It's moments like these when I take the deepest breath of the day.
was the question?
Most just if you could just give us an objective, like a breakdown of what happened without opinion, just like.
I thought you were asking Rojo that I'm not here to do forensics of a clubhouse chat or interaction. There were no people here that observed said interaction. Unless you're willing to pay me, because I do work as an investigator, but I don't work for free.
Okay. Well, thank you for your contributions. So anyway, you want to talk about a different topic? Because I want to tell you something that I found out today. It's disturbing me. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so I just like, hey, I wonder why Nigerians there's like this culture of like scamming from Nigerians, and someone called me out on it. Like, that's kind of xenophobic, like, and I was just like, is it though? Because I wanted to check, so I pulled up the World Cybercrime to see, because if I'm wrong, I need to know. Okay, would you believe what country is number one for cybercrime in the world?
North
Yes,
Korea.
everybody guess.
North Korea. It depends on how you
Shit, I can't hear anybody again.
Hold on.
North Korea!
Yeah, it depends on how you define cybercrime. So it'll be interesting to see what her answer is. I'll fact check it.
Hello? Do you guys hear me?
Yeah, the North Koreans are screwing around with you, baby.
Dang. And it's funny that you said North Korea, because they're in the top 10. I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Did you guys, what do you think is the number one country that commits cybercrime?
Illinois.
No.
Is it North Korea, Luna?
It's not North Korea, but they're on the top 10.
Well, hold on. Where are you?
Ukraine or Russia?
Hold on. Where are you getting your statistics from? First of all, because I can point people to the better statistics around cyber attacks.
Okay, yeah, thank you. This would be World, it's like the WCI, hold on a second, let me bring it up. So, it's called the WCI. It was done by the FBI, and is it called the World, what is it, something crime index?
Talking about the cybercrime index?
Yeah, the Oxford 2024 World Cybercrime Index.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that that's the best indication, because the thing is when you talk about cybercrime, there's the prosecution of cybercrime, but then there's the events themselves, and some events go unmeasured. Other events are measured and not reported because a lot of brands that are attacked or government agencies that are attacked don't want to report that they've been attacked, because there can be a brand implication. If let's say if it's a company that's been attacked, if they announce that they've been attacked, then their customers will say, oh, well, you're receiving attacks, maybe I should not trust you. So a lot of this stuff goes unreported or underreported, where you get your best intel comes from companies that are providing solutions that can monitor for this type of thing, and then they aggregate it. They don't call out the companies directly or the other entities that are being attacked, but consistently Russia is always number one. Like that's been true since I've been tracking this stuff. China has flare-ups, and they're capable of doing some pretty massive attacks, specifically on the DDoS front. But when you look at some of the more sophisticated stuff, like some of the bots that are utilized China and then the U.S. Ever since the conflict that's happening between Russia and Ukraine, Ukraine has kind of moved up the list. But I'd be interested in hearing what your list has to say.
Yeah, that's exactly what I had. Same. But then I got curious and hold on, let me look here. Hold on. Yeah. So you're right. Russia, Ukraine, China, US, Nigeria, Romania, North Korea, UK, Brazil, and India. But per population, because I was just curious about that. I mean, like that, you don't really, what it's worth. India, Brazil, and China were underrepresented per population, but then there was an overpopulation, overrepresentation of Ukraine by like 16 times. Like 16.7, they had an overrepresentation of sex offenses, like a lot of cybercrime in Ukraine. But also, they separate the crimes in different categories. And I did happen to be right for online scams from Nigeria. But see, I want to say this. So it said, I mean, this is that report. So we're only taking this one report. And that was the advanced fee scams, like online scams, like Facebook Marketplace, like that. That was like 50, it was a very over representation of Nigeria. They did most of those crimes. But then also, I was looking up some other, because I wanted to see why everyone's focused on Nigeria, and then there were actual studies saying that there might be a bias of just people like doing studies for Nigeria, like too many studies focused on Nigeria and not appropriately. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? Walter, do you understand what I'm saying? Could you say it better?
I do. No, we understand.
So I thought that was, but that was a surprise for me. Like Ukraine, like what? And then
They're involved in a fucking war. You're going to use every tool at your disposal. It's not shocking. Go look at the numbers prior to the invasion of where Ukraine ranks. You'll see a big difference.
oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. But why do they say? Because they're still ranked, like they still use the same rankings as everybody else. So like we're talking specific type of scams. Why would Ukraine be listed for those specific types of crimes? These are the attacks. Let's look at Ukraine. Hold on, there's Ukraine. Okay, so that makes sense. I see what you're saying. Okay, so attacks and extortion, they're very high. Okay, identity theft, they look like they are the second highest. First is Russia. I can understand that. Cashing out money laundering, yeah, they're second in that, second to Russia. And overall scams, like the online scams, I see, yeah, they're pretty low. Okay.
If you guys are interested in cybercrime, you guys should read a book called Fatal System Error. Bear Lyon, when he was a young man, he came up with a solution that would block DDoS attacks, and he did this to protect his gaming server. And once he figured it out, he started reading about how DDoS attacks were prevalent on online poker sites. So he reached out to the online poker sites and expressed to them that he had a solution. A company called BetCris, one of the very first online gambling companies, was located in Costa Rica. They moved him to Costa Rica. He solved the problem for them because what would happen is their servers would get hit with a huge DDoS attack. They would lose revenue, and then the attacker would say, "Hey, if you can transfer us Bitcoin, we'll stop attacking you." So they had to play ball for a while, and then Bear Lion helps them to figure out how to defend themselves. And then the folks at BetCris said, "Well, hey, now that you've solved this problem, we should productize this." And so they started the first DDoS mitigation company called Prolexic. And then initially it was only protecting gaming companies, online gambling companies, as well as companies
ever said which country is the biggest purveyor of online cyber fraud and crime, but I put it into Grok, and I'm wondering what was your answer being?
Russia, according to the Oxford 2024 World Cybercrime Index report. Is that what you got? What's the source to share?
I'm trying to find it in Grok right now. One second. I was gonna say India. That was my guess.
And do you know what else? I was surprised, like I said, that they're like underrepresented according to their capability in the population. So just because of how big they are, it's just, yeah, very interesting. The expected amount, like if you made a pie and made the slices according to, you know, like one person, like you had a slice of the pie representing each country, and according to the population, you would think that they're supposed to have like one slice. Like they have less than a slice, and I thought that was so interesting.
India has 52 political parties. Figure that out.
Well, that's great, isn't it? I wish America was like that.
Well, it reduces their collaboration. Everybody wants their biggest piece of pie. So it dissolves their validity in terms of they don't have the reach they could have if they were united.
Do you have, in the whole states, do you have 52 things in your life that you even worry about? I mean, what could be the subtle differences or even the gross differences in friggin' in life in general that require 52 different reasons other than some unhealthy reason? I mean, what the hell?
I agree.
I think you need a political party for each to represent each week of the year.
Yeah.
Those who use married.
They must have 52 super cow dogs or something. I mean, what the hell would they need 52 parties?
Well, it's a regional thing. It's not national politics per se. What you're saying, it's probably regional, right, Joker?
Well, yeah, they're not all in the same unit, but there could be crossover. I mean, you've got Caminados, you've got Benjas, you've got Delhi, you've got a lot of extension within that 52 air quotes states within their own country.
I mean, does anyone
Spanish and English. I mean, those are the two that are like large enough to be officially be counted. I mean, when I worked on legal corporate, we made signs for Spanish and English, and
I don't know if you were hanging in Kitover, Michigan, you might speak another language.
maybe America has one to one.
You divide 122 and 1.5 billion, and that I bet would be comparable to Chinese, Korean, Spanish, and English in our country. Don't you think? Or am I wrong about that?
I guess I'm not that concerned about the language. I'm more concerned about the message behind 52 political parties, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree with you on that too. I just think that Mike brings up a good point. Do you think they're wanting? Do you think it's the language itself that's leads to the proliferation of political parties to make a country that could be significantly more powerful or governed so inefficiently?
I mean, I'm sure the languages overlap, so I'm sure many of them speak multiples of them, so when you find a difference between 50 and 121.
Also, are you modding all the women?
Yeah, we're in the muff. It only makes sense.
Okay.
Hello everybody. What does it mean in the buff?
Are you familiar with the term muff at all?
Pardon me. Sorry.
You are pardon. So in the muff is a reference to a woman's femininity, more specifically their vagina hole.
That was delightful.
Seriously? Are you kidding? Just
Do you think I would joke about something like this? I'm a feminist, for fuck's sake.
okay. Let me search. Google.
No, you don't have to do that.
But I do think we should cite the 21st century.
No, please do. I want him to go search.
Roger, if he winds up in my back channel, I'm holding you accountable.
We'd actually like to hear chapter guy. What's something mentionable or notable in your life today you could share with us? Anything?
About me.
Yeah.
Okay, so nowadays I'm going through very bad chapters because I met people, strangers, and yeah, I got very good experience as well as bad experience. Basically, I came here from Chatter. Anyone from Chatter?
Oh, Chatter. You mean the Jonathan Bing app, where Jonathan Bing says really dumb things and people sit around and they clap for him? That app?
Yeah. So actually,
Hold on, real quick. What is your opinion of Jonathan? I don't want to lead the witness any further, but what is your opinion of Jonathan Bing and the Chatter app?
okay, to be honest, it's been 3 weeks since I'm using that app, and I have got very good experience. They're very professional and kind people, but now as not all the finger for hand are not equal, so the same thing happened to she has a lot of friends in the rooms. You know, the room was full of people from Canada, England. There are a lot of people, and also, yeah, one thing I have seen there that right now, last week, yesterday, that there were some issues arising in America that they were, yeah, proceeding in America for rape. So it's, you know, most of the friend here, you know, you meet here, you have people here whom you are making conversation. That's why and also I also realized because it's been a long time I was not come to Clubhouse because of some problem because of whenever I came to Clubhouse most of the time I meet people, they have random conversation, purpose, use this. So it's very difficult to find a perfect person for for conversation. So this room is
No, I love it. And by the way, I was one of the first 100 people on that other app that you were mentioning, that I won't mention by name again, but I was one of the first 100 people. And the founder over there, I don't have a problem with. What I do have a problem with is that the entire app is centered around one person's room. And I think the beauty of this app is that you can go in the hallway and you can find diverse discussions. This room is small in comparison. There's like Persian rooms that are huge and thriving on this app. There's Indian rooms that are huge and thriving on this app. This app offers something for everyone, and you can't find that elsewhere.
Yeah, I agree. Because you said courage because I also feel such thing like one room has colonized by one person and he is running the whole room like he's commanding people. You should need to listen more than speaking.
Speaking of diversity, I have a comment that has nothing to do with diversity, but chapter question: are you familiar with the begonia rex in India? What? The begonia rex? Is that like a popular plant? Monty, not you.
Sorry, I don't know.
No? Okay. That's a very popular begonia here in the United States, native to India, just patented to India.
Where are you from? Me? India?
Oh. Yes, you can eat some begonias. You can. There are some begonias that you can eat. Not all of them. Not the begonia rex.
Okay. Respect. Actually, I can't get what did you say. That's why I said.
It's okay. Sorry, yeah. It's a plant. The best plant, begonia. Is it the family? Yeah.
It's a family.
The family is the Begoniaceae, and then the genus is the Begonia, and then the species, 2,000 species of Begonia. Begonias.
Wow. Oh my God, stop it.
Serenity wants to see my begonias. I'm going to show you my begonias. I'm going to show you my begonias. Hold, please.
Yeah,
I'm gonna pass on seeing your begonia.
You're missing out then. I have it on excellent authority that native begonias are the best.
Look, I'm big when it comes to scent, and I'm struggling to imagine a pleasant scent.
So, Chapter, you voted for Healthy Debates as best moderator of the House on Clubhouse. Why is that, Chapter?
Perhaps he likes spaces in which white people are not allowed.
Personally, I vote for the least popular vote selection so I can make the whole distribution even. My friend told me that this morning. He does
last night when we got the musical interlude by Abdul?
Yes.
So for those of you who aren't familiar with Abdul is the longest running troll, most consistent troll that this app has ever had. He raises his hand immediately upon coming in the room, and if you bring him in, doesn't matter if you're having a conversation or not, he bursts into song as he unmutes himself. He speaks a language that I don't speak, so I have no idea what the words are. But we went deep into the B-side catalog of Abdul's material. We even got him to participate in chat. He put the word fuck, no context, he just wrote fuck in the chat. And then at one point he started laughing. We never heard him laugh before. What is happening here? What's going on? Okay.
I think he was jealous.
Guy, how are you? Sorry for interruption. So, may I ask you where are you from? Like,
Yeah, go ahead.
actually, I heard out like you're really from Africa, like something like that. Was talking that like we're not allowed on chatter. So that time, like,
Mike, can you translate this for me, please?
yeah, when I was talking with you, chatter, they were doing the conversation were very hard. Your language, the accent, and your people were very clearly.
Yeah, he wants to know where all the black people are from on Clubhouse because they speak with what he thinks is a weird accent, and he doesn't understand them.
Well, we're getting into dangerous territory here, and I'm just going to shut down this conversation because I want everyone to feel welcome in this space. Thank you.
Mojo,
Shirley, how you doing? Shirley, did you survive yesterday?
Oh, yes, of course. I'm gonna give you my take on this. That young man, I don't, I'm probably, it's just, everybody knows I'm probably old enough to be his mother. Or at
Yeah,
least
well, hold on. We have to be careful and make sure we don't violate rule number 9. But go ahead, continue. I'll let it slide.
If I was in a wildfire and he was between me and death, he would come save me. And he just, some days, you gotta vent. And when you're a girl, you should never get in the middle of a fist fight, physically or verbally. And I shouldn't have gotten in the middle of that.
Well, Shirley, I would not blame yourself for that. Some people don't know how to show respect towards women. And I think that there was people that were treated inappropriately. And I will make sure that in the future, those types of things don't happen in the muff.
Well, that is one of the reasons why you are Mojo. Did you know that that's a big term in West Texas? And there was a football team in Midland, and oh my God, Odessa. And Odessa had Mojo. And so I have very, fond feelings towards your new nickname.
I'm going to be changing it soon. I'm leaning towards Catfish Jones, but I can be walked off of that. If you guys have any suggestions, please submit them in the back channel, and I'll consider.
Not the back channel.
Raphael Sabatini.
What's Valentino? Is it Valentino is the new AI Grok male companion on X? Valentino? How about Maverick?
Lawrence Fishburne. Have you guys ever seen 1,000 Clowns?
No.
Well, I have, but it's been a while since we've gotten 1,000 people in this room. But, we're working to get back to those numbers.
If anyone's interested, you can YouTube it. It's an old classic, so it's black and white, and it's called 1,000 Clowns. And I gotta tell you, It is my favorite movie.
Do they all come out of this little car?
No, it has actually nothing to do with clowns. Wait, no, I take that back.
Which movie, Bima?
1,000 Clowns. I'm gonna link it in the chat.
Wait, hold on, Chapter, can you come on mute again? I feel like I heard a rattlesnake in the background. Can you do that again?
Mojo, I got a question for you. You know, I believe in defending women as well, and I love being surrounded by beautiful women. But I have also read a lot of cult material and observed cults. I'm just wondering, you know, in the muff, like if you are a cult leader surrounded by beautiful women, why does that natural formation seem to happen with strong, intelligent, liberated men?
Well, let's see.
Forgot Daryl.
Whoa, hold on. I gotta mute.
Hey, Chapter, is it night where you are? I'm really digging the cicadas.
Mojo, actually, I'm residing hostel. In my hostel, there are trees like we can say a jungle, you know, forest. So that's why it's almost a midnight, 4 p.m. So midnight, and I have no words right now.
Chapter,
My chapter.
can I just say that I am pleased that you found this room. I'm pleased that you joined. I'm pleased that you raised your hand. And I'm pleased that you're sharing, because I feel like you're offering a unique perspective. Typically when we get together, a lot of us know each other, and we do things like we read books together. John, can you tell him about the book that we read yesterday? Maybe he would be interested in future book readings.
Yeah, Chapter, we read this amazing Chinese philosophical, political, wisdom, mystical book called The Tao Te Ching, or the Book of Changes, or The Great Way by Lao Tzu from 2,300 years ago. I think today, perhaps we might be reading a book, but I gotta say, I gotta get out of my office, do more stretching, do more exercise, get more sun, more love, more air, more freedom. But, you know, Chapter, maybe...
It's going to be tough to squeeze in a book read today. We've got like the Brad Keegan pregame. Then there's going to be the showdown. It's going to be tough. We will be doing the rational discussion group led by the wisest man on all of Clubhouse, Anson Burlingame, and Moose. Hopefully, you will participate. Today's topic,
yeah.
Today's topic is great. We're asking the question if is TDS an appropriate term to refer to progressive sentiment towards Donald Trump?
Great call. I'm getting pinged into the showdown.
Is the showdown happening now? Well, listen, I do not want this room to exist, as a distraction from greater things. So why don't we do this? Why don't we all mosey on down to the showdown? And we'll circle back at the rational discussion group, which will start
on this app. Who said they met me on this app? Bradley, you made a claim. Back up your claim, please. Who said they met me in person?
Where is she? Jazzy, who is that woman that came in and said she met him?
I'm not sure. Someone claimed they met me in person?
Brad's bad.
Alright, well, that's another, I guess there's someone, alright, I don't know if you guys know this, and this is a very, late Gen X, early boomer type of way of thinking, which is like this narcissistic way of thinking, which is I'm going to make a claim or a promise and never follow through. And a lot of older people do this. I've noticed this. They make claims or promises and they follow through. And so he's making all these claims, and I asked, who's the person? I don't know. Do you have the proof that I said that by your deceased? No, I don't, but I know you said it. Okay, I mean, I guess. I don't... What do you want me to do? I don't know.
So we have 3 minutes remaining on the clock. Are we playing the clip at 3 o'clock? Or
yeah, I
have 2 minutes on the clock. 2 minutes until the clip will be played.
Okay, all right.
I will be starting a room. I probably should go start it now. I will be starting a room.
So you moved us from room to room?
You guys are following me. What do you mean? You guys are following me. I'm not trying to move room to room. You guys are following me before 3 p.m. I made it very clear.
The title says Keegan versus Brad.
That's not. I didn't make the title. This is not my room. I was just a mod.
Again,
I'm not
the
trying
club
to move
changed
anyone
it,
room to
Jazzy.
room.
That's
You
what
guys
it
are the
is.
ones making it.
He wants your room.
E-Rad, vote for Brad. E-Rad, vote for Brad.
I gotta start. I'm gonna go start.
You're gonna beat him, Keegan.
All right, before we go, everyone put a 1 in the chat if you think Keegan is right, and
he's a
put
bad
the chat
man, bro.
if you think Brad is right.
The poll
1 for Keegan. Oh, I didn't update my app on this phone. I gotta get on the other phone to do the poll. Yeah. But for the people that didn't update, can I get a 1 for Keegan and a 2 for Brad, please? All right, so we got
Brad, 1 for Keegan.
A man who is good.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's typical Keegan, typical Brad. I mean, it's the same never-ending stupid drama. Nothing is new under the sun in Clown House. I hope everyone realizes that every day is just like every other day.
Yup. I concur. But you know what? There's some other new things happening.
Well, I think the only new scene is reading a book, because like if everybody was a book, it's the same book every day, and unless somebody reads a book on this app, you'll never break the vicious cycle of people just booking themselves. That's it. It's like buying a ticket to a performance, to see, just say, Chris Rock. It's like watching Chris Rock every day. It's like, if you want new material or a new script, you're going to have to bring books into the equation on this app. Otherwise, it literally is just a repeat of every other Clown House day. It's nothing new under the sun.
I don't think you were here, so forgive me if you were. I wish I could. So there's actually a lot of really good feedback in the room chat. And Roger makes fun of me when I call it the back channel because it's all like burger. and so is Dippity. She's, oh my god, 2 biggest friends are so funny. But anyway, so the room channel, I wish I could record it because when you're talking about books, the coolest thing about books is you're able to then build ideas, to build minds. And I think that losing the room chat is sad, because I'm like, there's so many really good ideas that are shared. People and they're so funny. People are so funny. Anyway, it's just, I kind of feel like, oh my gosh, it's all documented and everybody has to do this. I guess we'll just have to rely on it.
Yeah, if you actually break down what Brad is saying, because he says it so quickly and it's hard to even remember what he says, but if you actually listen to the clip yesterday of him and you break down the death threats, if you were to just create a still of, say a 6-second clip, or it sounds so bad and so horrible that you don't want to think about it, let alone, you don't even want to go back and re-listen to somebody screaming, vulgarities, profanities, and death threats. So it's like, people are here for this short-term dopamine drama game. I'm surprised he has as many followers as he has because of all the death threats, and that his profile is actually still active. But I think that's because people probably don't report him because they play with him, and I can see it from his perspective that if you were to listen to all the things that have been said against him because his wife has passed on and people say these horrible, vulgar, profane things to him about his wife or his children. Like, he is on an aggressive stance, and he does call out all these things. So it's like, to judge him but not judge the environment or the audience or the other speakers is ludicrous, because many people who are criticizing him have also, made profane remarks about him. So it's hard to know who is right and wrong, but, if you are an intelligent man, human being, you essentially disengage from this and pick up what's called a book. Because instead of using a sword and a hammer and an axe to go to war with people on this app, you should just use a book, because it de-escalates you, it de-escalates them, and there's no winners in this. So it's really like an insane anger management test simulator that people are being victimized in.
Yes, I concur, and I don't know, I would say, okay, so yes, and I have learned to better myself through it. I have learned through my own, because when this began, I was dealing with I was healing, and I had been hurt, and it was not okay for me to act like I was. It wasn't okay. It was justified, but not okay. And I have thus learned since and done better. And I'm still doing that. So people can use it how they need to. And I don't like, just for me, I don't like the dopamine. I mean, I definitely like the dopamine of like talking to people and having friends that are kind and contribute to my day. Conflict irritates you. That's just. That's all I think.
And I'm not defending anybody, and I'm not complimenting anyone either. I think just like the records that I record, are enough. And I do like the rule about not bringing drama into this room, because it forces you to be topical in the now, as opposed to these low-hanging dopamine games.
Yes, like that's the kind of stuff that we need to write down. That's the kind of stuff that's very important. And that's why I get wishy-washy with, should we have room chat or should we not? Because it does make people, if we don't have room chat, it does make people focus on what's spoken and what's going on the stage. However, I do love it. I really love room chat.
I think if it's available, you should do it, because people who want to have thoughts and get their thoughts out of their head, the room chat is where to do it. And to deny people that, I think, is stupid. People come here to get their dopamine. Let them get their dopamine, even if it's in the chat.
And I just want to laugh too. Like Christy said in her, that she wants to just sometimes come into rooms and just laugh because of the things that people say. I concur. I need to drink more water. Also, here's a friendly hydration reminder. Everybody drink water.
See,
quick. Go ahead, John.
Go ahead. I was going to say something about water.
I was just going to say something very quick. Quickly, I'm surprised by these people that I'm going to use the term banging, that are banging. Don't notice how the platform has them behaving probably in a way that is not core to their nature, or I'm just going to give them the benefit of the doubt. That is not their nature. And it's almost like with any sort of thing, like alcohol, for example, when it changes your personality, when you become a different person when you're, we'll say, drinking, it's time to step back and maybe contemplate this coping mechanism, or just the use of it recreationally. If if it actually changes your personality when you begin to drink. I think Clubhouse is similar in that way. Like if it changes your personality, and has you disconnected from source, you maybe might want to consider putting it down for a period of time or using it differently.
Yeah, how does it, what is it bringing out in you? And of course that can be, there's so many nuances of that too, like what rooms are you using? Who are you interacting with? Are you letting people get your goat? Yeah, and I think that's what I learned too. I started, I didn't like how I was in particular rooms, but I think you did hear me when I talked about I went into certain rooms on a purpose. I won't go into the room, but I did go into them intentionally to better myself, to learn, even if it was like crash and burn, which Roger likes to. He likes to remind me once in a while of my crashing and burning, and it's all issue. Yeah. I think you're right. It is like about, and actually, I did do that. I did take a sabbatical from it in February for Lent because I was just kept on feeling badly, and I just needed to get away from it. I needed to have a fast, so I understood like just not to take it so seriously, and also to be more mindful of when I interact. The end.
You may or may not be able to hear me on a bad location, but there's other nutrition on the plate, right? The platform is not all bad. It's what you seek from it. I've benefited from the peace of other people. Certainly, John, you included. Just you get to pick up and put down what you like. And so if you're looking for something more healing and peaceful, and it can come in the most odd, strange ways. It doesn't need to be like in some hippy-dippy room or anything like that. But there's a lot to offer. So you don't have to reach for the toxic beverage, which is sort of conflict. There's a lot of different things that you can experiment with. But it's not all bad. It's how you use it. But you got to watch your own behaviors. It's hard to have a perspective on yourself. It's like the one place we have a blind spot. We see out our own eyes, but we don't open. Have the ability to sort of truly, objectively, step back and look at our own thinking, our own mental models, and get a separate perspective.
I concur. It's so much more entertaining while we live. It can also be distracting. I'm caught off guard sometimes.
Can I say, having said all that, I might be inclined to go hop out of this room for a second and go get a dopamine hit real quick.
Yeah, oh my god, yes. I'm surprised that, and if anybody was to close it down, that's completely fine. I don't care to go into that other time.
Yeah, I'm just going to do it because
yeah, of course, go ahead.
when I can be a hypocrite, I like to do so. Do as I say, not as I do.
Frolic forth with my blessing.
Yeah, honestly, I would rather listen to silence than a lot of these heated conversations on this app.
Okay, I guess we'll keep it open. And if you have any thoughts, meanwhile, totally share them. Feel free to do so.
But the room title is called Breaking Brad. You know, Breaking Bad. It's kind of a funny title.
No. Oh, no. That's so cool. If you're lucky, then I'm not a big
person. Second of all, if anyone didn't hear in the clip, Brad said when your daughter turns 18, I'll break her in. He didn't say anything about sleeping with the 2-year-old child. I was going to mind my business, but because I was used, I feel like I should now speak up and tell the truth. Brad didn't say anything about raping or sexually assaulting a 2-year-old child. He said an 18-year-old child would be broken in. Okay? I rest my mic, and I thank you all for allowing me to speak. Thank you, Jasmine.
These women for the next Jazzy, my point isn't that, and yeah, sure, I'm being a little facetious when I say, oh, my 2-year-old daughter who win when she turns 18. My point is that he's lying about it now. He's saying he didn't say this. He's saying it's about OnlyFans. We all heard the clip now. He said, when she turns 18, I'm gonna break her in and I'll videotape it. That's much different than OnlyFans. Is it not, Jazzy? Did he now not lie twice?
I just don't understand, and I don't even care if it was, because somebody on this app, Randy McDickerson, had said something similar like this about my daughter. We're trying to say, well, he didn't say that he would rape the kid. He just said, regardless, these people are talking about minors. Like, my daughter's 11. Keegan, I'm not going to say how old your daughter is. That's but why are you just saying, it's okay because they said willingly. He said they would do it willingly. But why are we talking about little kids like that in general?
Okay, hold on, we have a cue. And I'm sorry, did you land, Ann?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, Keegan, any response to Ann before we move to Steve?
Yes, my phone, I'm working in the heat right now, guys. It's very hot. My phone's kind of laggy. That's my first time doing a poll. I just noticed that it's just, I was trying to do, is Brad a good guy? Can you fix this poll? I'm annoyed now that I see that. But yeah, my phone's off.
Wait, what do you want the poll to say?
Is Brad a good guy? I don't know. It's grammatically wrong. That's
okay. That's all right. Hooked on Phonics works for everybody.
No. Fix it, please.
Is Brad a good guy? Okay, let's see. How can we do this? I think I have to end the poll.
Yeah, you're gonna have to redo the poll.
All right. So Steve, go ahead while I redo the poll.
Thank you, and I'll only need 2 minutes. Hello, everybody. So I was in the room yesterday when Keegan.
Give him 2 minutes, or are we following the rules?
Oh, I thought 120 seconds was specified. If not, just tell me how much time I have.
You got.
Thank you. So I was in the room yesterday, and then I was listening to Keegan 5 minutes ago, and I listened very carefully to the audio recording. As some people have already indicated, and probably most people will agree, half of that recording really, you don't understand what's going on. The other half is, I'll give Keegan the benefit of the doubt on the half of the recording that was clear, and Brad said something like, when your daughter turns 18, fine. But the way I understood what Keegan was saying 5 minutes ago, he was claiming that Brad said, I'm going to do whatever to your daughter now, who is 2 years old. I didn't hear anything like that. So I just wanted to say what was already said. Do your best when possible to make a better recording. But even the part about 18 and OnlyFans, that was somewhat clear, but not quite. The only reason I wanted to come up was to give my opinion on the actual recording.
Thank you, Steve. Next, we have XG.
Yeah, so I want to get rid of one thing there first, because when you said and implied that there was grooming things inside of there, I'm sorry, but saying that it's saying that, hey, your daughter turns 18, I'm going to film a fucking video with her, put her on OnlyFans. It's not fucking grooming. It's not like he's talking to her while she's like a fucking teenager, slowly getting her ready and prepping her to fuck him. Like, no, that's completely, you're completely misusing what the word grooming actually means here. So sorry. Him saying that is not crazy. And when you say, well, he's talking about fucking my daughter when she's 18 and OnlyFans, isn't that two completely different things? No. It's all related. He said he was going to fuck her when she was 18 and record it so they could post it, and it would be her first OnlyFans video. I'm not sure if you're a little slow, but the joke is really easy to understand there. Daughter turns 18, we fuck, I record, she posts, she's OnlyFans equals whore. It's not that difficult to understand. It's a very elementary level joke. I'm sorry, but if we're getting this fucking press over that being said, when I've heard both of you say both more egregious shit in other rooms politically about other groups of people or other people in their families' lives, etc., I'm so sorry, but it really just sounds like somebody's pressed and somebody's pissed because they got hit with a harder punch than they threw initially. That's all it is. We need to grow the fuck up and drop it at this point, because there's nothing in there that seems like it's contradicting what Brad said. Brad said he was talking about OnlyFans. Yeah, we heard it in the clip. We explicitly heard him say those words. The only use that clip did for you was show Brad beating your ass. That was it. I'm not sure what the clip was supposed to do. If it's supposed to make us jump in shock, even though we've heard a ton of other crazier shit get said on this app and platform, especially by one of your moderators. I was like, Pepe, this is no shade at you, but Pepe said way crazier shit than anything that was said in that clip. I promise you he has. And we're completely fine with him being a mod here, and we're completely fine with him being the neutral party, which I don't have an issue with, right? But then if you're going to go ahead and act like this is the end of the world, go ahead and hold that same smoke for Pepe being a mod. All right, next speaker.
Here's my rebuttal here to XG. Again, grooming, just so everyone understands terminology, there's multiple terminologies for grooming. Of course, yes, the initial contact with an individual, continue that contact until they're of age, and then having sex with them, of course, is grooming, or even before they're of age is grooming. The other part of grooming is sexualizing a child, then to say that they're going to have sex with them. He sexualized my 2-year-old, said, when she becomes of age, I'm going to bang her. And he didn't even say put it on OnlyFans. Let's remember this. He never said, I'm going to put it on OnlyFans. He said, when your daughter turns of 18, I'm going to break her in, and I'm going to videotape it. So,
30 seconds is up. 30 seconds is up.
May I ask a question?
Go ahead, come on, let me add a rebuttal to this.
Hold on, wait, who's that? Marquise was next, but wait.
The rebuttal is also 30 seconds now.
Okay, let me ask Keegan something. Keegan, because this is your room, your space, you've just given me that honorary mod badge. Are we allowed to mod other people or no?
Who wants to be a moderator? I just want to be, again, very fair, impartial people. Who wants to be
there's some requests that Jasmine and Shy be mod. No, it's okay. We're gonna do our own room because I think to solve the problem, if there's too many outside voices, I don't think all these people should be speaking. I was gonna ask Keegan if he should maybe give a summary or synopsis of how we got here, why you even brought up the fact that he said this about your daughter, because he said this months ago and I did a recap on it, and now it's being brought back up. So maybe you can enlighten some of the people that don't know why, tell them about the argument that got you here.
Yeah. I mean, I did that a little bit earlier, but
by the way, make sure you give props to In the Muff, because this all started again yesterday in the month.
Now, Keegan, if you're gonna do this rebuttal, you don't want to be timed, do you? Because you're trying to.
Yeah. Let me kind of. And again, this isn't even about. It's not just about me, guys. Brad was saying egregious things to a lot of women. But what he said about me and my family, my kids, is listen. He was saying some egregious things about my wife. And before this, the whole beef with Brad, because before me and Brad even had beef, about 2 years ago, Sig did a room on Masculine Mansion. And in the Masculine Mansion, we were talking about relationships and how traditional men should conduct themselves in a relationship. And what I said was that in a marriage or in a long-term relationship, you should want your partner. You should, and your partner should be respectful to you. And they should, and the essential question was, should you dictate what your woman wears in your relationship? And I said that if they want to be respectful towards you, you should be like, hey, you can't wear that out. That's too revealing. And I said that whores, like, you don't want to have your wife be dressing like a whore. And someone said, well, what does a whore dress like? And I said, and again, I probably shouldn't have mentioned someone's name who was on the stage. I said, well, look at KK's PTO. She's dressed like a whore. So once I said that, Brad got really mad, got really upset. KK got really mad, got really upset. And to this day, I've had smoke with both of them. I haven't heard from KK for like a year, and then she finally started talking to me today.
Put your tampon in, Keegan. I'm about to bleed you out.
One mic, KK, love and respect, but just one mic.
Keegan, the room not gonna work if you don't like. You can't just talk about people. This is what I'm saying. You gotta allow the chaos. The people are sick of you talking.
You told me to lay it out. Well, Jasmine, you said lay it out.
Well, lay it out quicker. That's all. Come on.
Well, that is the quick version. What else do you want me to say? I'm trying to lay it out.
Go ahead.
I'm not lying about what I'm saying. I'm not going to say, oh, King said this or KK said. I'm going to say what I said, and then we'll let to that point. I'm trying to be as honest as possible.
Keegan, okay, wait, hold on. Why isn't Brad coming up? I've invited him. I mean, he is the centerpiece.
They want me to open the room. They're all gonna be here until I open the room.
Oh, here he is.
I'm not going to. I don't want to do that.
One mic. We have a queue. Marquise wants to speak next. Who would like to go after Marquise? Okay.
I'll go.
Marquise.
I mean, Brad is good. Yeah, we should definitely get Brad in there.
Hold on. We'll let Marquise go, and then Brad can provide his submission. Go.
Number one, all right, Brad did not say he's going to fuck this kid right now. He said, I'm going to wait until this kid is 18, then I will fuck her. That being the legal age, right? And that's the joke. He's literally saying it as a fuck you to you. He's not being literal. And if you're really taking that as being literal, that's the problem. It's getting too fucking petty. XG was on point with everything. And I think that with that clip and with the quality included, it was made to make Brad look like shit. But in reality, it was so garbled, everybody still has questions. And I'll land.
Okay, now we're gonna let Brad speak, and Brad, Pepe and or Poochie are keeping a timer.
No
time, Brad. Okay.
Give Brad at least let's go 3.5 more minutes.
This is all about Brad and Keegan. Why are all these other people?
Yeah, I agree. I think we should let Keegan and Brad go back and forth, and then Poochie said that he's going to do the timer, which I'm very glad. That means I don't have to do it, and so we'll just keep the peace.
You know what? I'd be happy to go down to the audience and make space for other people. I'll do that right now.
As many people on your phone.
We're not here for peace.
Okay,
They're here for chaos.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, if anybody doesn't want to be on the stage, you can go ahead and go back to the goo. That's no problem. No one will be offended.
Oh, I'll stay up. Just let me know if you want me to go back.
I think everyone should just let Brad and Keegan have it right now because the chaos will ensue as soon as they start talking. Yeah.
You can't do that if everyone keeps speaking.
That's what I'm saying. I don't understand why we have all these extra voices. I just don't understand why we have all these extra voices. Go ahead.
So, before I get in and pack up Keegan for the 15th time today alone, I just want to promote for those of you that think Keegan wins these crash out battles or these battleground fucking verbal assaults, you need to participate in Cray's course. He has a course that will teach you how to bang properly. Some of you need fucking help. I would recommend it. Cray is an OG. He's held those spaces. He's ran them well. I promoted his course, I believe, for $99. He will teach you how to come up with a catchphrase, a model, and he will teach you the subtle art of banging on Clubhouse. With that said, I'm going to go after Sheegan here and the cuck that he is for the 15th time today. So as you probably listened to the clip, You will hear in the very beginning, and though it's garbled, you can make it out where it says, oh, you want to talk about kids or daughters? I believe it says daughters. I believe I stated, you want to talk about my daughters? And then I proceed to take him down to the seventh ring of hell. I am not a nice guy. I don't really fucking care one way or the other. And Keegan, being the softest that of what any male version could be, is a guy that probably, again, lets other men own him, nut on him, and then he sits there and asks daddy for another. He's the same guy that probably lets his wife, fuck other guys while he's jerking off and begs to lick the stain off the sheet. This is Keegan's mentality. He's gone around this app. He's called KK whores. He's called Jazzy whores. He's called Shy Shy. He's attacked multiple women's children. If you don't know who Shy Shy is, he definitely attacked her kids. He's done this repeatedly under this guise of Christian nationalism. He's anything but a fucking Christian. I've heard from Christians on here. I actually respect those of you that have that faith. And I don't try to fucking make it into a nationalist movement. But Keegan is Keegan, and he says his brain just developed at 26, which is really fucking weird. But, okay. Keegan plays this audio recording, but he leaves off the parts we'd anticipated, such as saying my daughters were raised by whore, calling KK all sorts of names, doing his shtick, and then he wants to be the bitch that he is. He's the one that wants to hide behind somebody else, slap in the back of the head, and then duck out. And this is Keegan's MO. And again, this shtick has been done. So Keegan, I get it. You're upset. You probably have problems at home. Your wife went to the continent of Africa, had a fucking great time. She had her ribs rearranged. Her entire fucking stomach is now in her throat after that gangbanging orgy. And I get it. You're upset. Who wouldn't be? Who wouldn't have that? I mean, you're just an oil change person at fucking Walmart, and you haven't really amounted to life. I mean, you really haven't done anything. And I can promise you, if you're anywhere near kids, I'm probably betting that kid's gonna end up like Jordan Peterson's fucking kids, batshit fucking crazy, nuts, and not even fucking in the world of reality. You don't have to worry about some guy breaking her out. She's gonna be on OnlyFans the minute she turns 18, showing her fucking vagina. And as far as what Ann said earlier about like trying to come at and say, oh, this is so predatory, let's not forget Ann held a room saying that I'm an evil person. However, when they were threatening to kidnap her kid, it wasn't her boyfriend she called. She came to me, and I offered her help. I offered her a home. I offered her money. I offered her to build a cabin to protect her. She didn't get that because she lied about it. So again, I have to build her a cabin to protect her. Anything else? Because like this is boring after what, a few hours.
You're gonna build her a cabin.
This is fucking mind-numbingly bored. And Keegan, put bass in your voice. You sound like fucking Urkel. Like, you drop your balls, actually have some fucking spine, and stand up. Maybe you would get a modicum of respect. But right now, you sound like a Christian cuck who just believes that you're gonna get everything after you die. Anything else? Is there anything else I need to address with the court?
That was a perfect 4 minutes. So do we want to keep it at that time frame, Keegan?
Keegan needs to tell the Hello?
It should only be me and Brad right now. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, but I'm saying, can you tell the room what you want to achieve from this room and get his ass whooped publicly?
Fuck you, Keegan.
Real quick though.
Wait, one mic on Keegan, please. Go ahead.
Yeah. So here's the thing. And my point is not that I care that Brad said this. Brad says the most egregious things of all time. Like, we all know this. Brad goes, I'm not willing to stoop this low. I'm not willing to say the things about his daughters and what I know personally about him. I'm not willing to do that. Right? He can say that I said these things. He doesn't have any of these clips. Again, everyone can go actually listen to the 3-hour replay in it's Oscar's house called Dr. Jazzy's Recap. Go listen to it. And guess what? You can make the determination on whether or not what I said was egregious. All I did was say, Brad is my dad's age. My dad, first of all, would never even be on an app like this, but my dad definitely wouldn't say these things at all. And I guess Brad can be like, well, your dad's not a man. I mean, maybe, I guess he can say that. I would say, my dad's done probably more things than Brad. It doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter. It's just weird that this is my dad's age and I'm talking to him about this. what I want to get from this is that Brad is not a man of
Can
his
you
word.
just get to the point and stop
Brad,
stuttering?
please, I didn't talk about your list the whole time. I guess I could, because we all can hear it. You can say that you don't have a speech impediment. I can hear the list, buddy. I can hear it.
Hey,
But what I want to say is that what I want to get from this is that Brad's not a man of his word. Until we heard the clip, Brad wouldn't say that he did say that he wanted to have sex with my daughter when she turns 18. He said that, no, I wanted her to be on OnlyFans. Well, now you're changing it, and now you know that he did say that. And it doesn't matter about the context in it. You've been lying about that for the last day. And then the second thing is that, again, he's not a man of his word. He has multiple. Number one is that he says that he's now.
You're stuttering, bro. Get your facts.
KK. What I mean, mods. If another person gets on my, drop him down to the goo.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
All right, guys.
Call my name.
All right, we're opening the room now. Fuck this.
Thank
Go
you,
open
Jack.
the room. Oh my gosh. So
wait. What's the goal? They're opening up a room to talk about the Brad and Keegan situation, but Brad and Keegan are in here.
Yeah, they want to talk about it on their show.
No, it's because people want violence and don't want to hear this boring ass.
Yeah,
especially when it's a bitch and they
I love that black people.
Okay, wait, one mic on
Being honest, bro.
One mic on Keegan. Go ahead.
You don't want to debate. You would rather a crash out. Let's have a crash out.
Because we've all established that debate's fucking done. You look retarded, dude. That's about it.
Okay, guys.
Hopefully we won.
So I'm gonna. Okay, look, I have people over. I'm just casually listening now. I'm just gonna start. I have my eyes on several people. Okay, we don't need the ankle biters. We do not need the people giving in their 2 fucking cents. We don't care. Literally, nobody wants to hear you guys. Nothing you say adds any value to the conversation. It's not even entertaining. So I'm just going to start kicking people. When you guys start doing that, just shut your fucking mouths and let Keegan and Brad go back and forth. And that's that.
Just I can't do this stuttering thing for 20 minutes at a time.
Brad,
Like, I mean, if he's gonna,
you say you're a man of your word, Brad. You say you're a man of your word, Brad. You don't pay your bets. You lie about what you say. So will you now say that you said that you were going to bang my daughter?
Hold on, Brad. Stand
like
down.
2 things I want from Brad is for Brad to confirm whether or not he truly did say he was going to bang my daughter when she turns 18, and then whether or not he actually owes $1,000 to Diogenes Spooner. Brad, can you say yes or no to those questions?
Sure, I'm definitely now, even more so, I am definitely going to help produce it. I'm sure there's a bunch of guys on here that will gladly help me crowdfund this to make sure that your daughter has the best when she is of age. She will have the best porn production that exists on the planet. We will do some Playboy raunchy stuff.
Sounds classy.
Hey, we're gonna make a classic porn.
He's my dad's age, everyone.
Dude, literally, shut the fuck up, Brad. Fuck you.
Guys, I don't want to move anybody to the audience. I don't want to move anybody because I understand that everybody has grievances, but if y'all talk over the main attractions, we're going to have to move people down. And I really don't want to do that because I understand everybody has something to say, but if anybody interrupts Brad and Keegan, we're going to have to, who is that? You got to go. You got a problem, you got to go.
Nobody. I ended up moving a few people down right now.
But, yeah, so Brad, you still didn't answer the question. Did you or did you not say that you were going to bang my daughter? Yes or no? Easy answer for a man of his word. Bradley, speak now or forever hold your peace. Bradley!
Keegan, I told you, I'm not going to let you suck me off. I promise you, there's not going to be a tap in the back of the head. So, I'm bored already. Anything else you have? Dude, like,
no, why won't you
talk about all the shit you want to.
You say that you're a man of your word, but you're one of the back. Why not back to your word?
Okay, wait,
I can say that.
Are you gentlemen trying to reach a resolution? Like,
no, I don't. I think we should just let him go.
They're trying to get a reach around.
What I want to know is whether or not Brad.
Hold on. I'm the stuttering fucking idiot with the.
Brad is a troll, just as I am. Right? Because we need to acknowledge this.
So again, we're gonna sit here and listen to Keegan cry his entire time while he's going. So I'm bored. We'll do another fun room. Keegan can have his like fucking whatever you want to go in or whatever pole he's got. He's like sliding up and down on. But that's about it. I mean, Keegan, you got today, you lose. You lose. I'm sorry you're not man enough to stand next to me. You can't even sit in my fucking shadow. You are.
Brad, you're not a man. Brad, that's the thing.
Nothing.
You're not a man. You're my dad's age, and you act like this.
I don't care.
I hope to God I don't end up
I don't really fucking care.
I hope I don't end up like you guys. I'll tell you that.
Fucking video. We'll have
I'll
that
tell you right now.
since it's your fucking.
I'll tell you right now. I hope I don't end up like you. I think God, you're not my dad. I can't believe you have daughters my age.
No,
I cannot
it's been
believe it.
a lot of fun, but again, as Craig can attest.
Are you out of breath already? Are you out of breath?
And I'm already bored.
Right now, what are you doing? You took a phone call.
Well, the people wanted a Keegan and Brad bang fest on the stage. I don't think it's going to happen. Brad is tapping out. He said he's done. No one's going to reach a resolution today. I know no one wants my advice, but if I can say in parting, can we leave the babies out of the war? Can we leave the children out of the clubhouse sparring? Keegan?
Yeah, listen, at the end of the day, it's just that I want people who are not trolls, who take themselves serious on this app. I say no one should take themselves serious. This app isn't serious. There's 4 rooms in this in Clubhouse. It's race, politics, religion, and drama. That's it. That is all the rooms. Oh, I guess you could also add like the sex debate, right? It's women versus men. So there's 5 rooms on this app, and everyone wants to act like they're so serious. When we're all trolls, we all joke around. But Brad, for some reason, says, I'm a man of my word. And then when I try to say, well, then did you say that? No, I didn't say that. I said it was OnlyFans. Well, then I play the clip. Oh, that doesn't matter. And then it's on top of that is, well, you've also made bets on this app, man, and you've never paid up on them. You're not a man of your word. You're my dad's age. You have no integrity. You have no virtue. You have no good morals. You yell at me for being a racist. I got a clip of Brad saying the N-word hard R. Guess what? No one has a clip of me saying that. No one has a clip. I'm the most racist man on this app, allegedly, but no one has a clip of me saying the N-word. Guess what I have? Another clip of Brad saying the N-word. Everyone, like, this is what I'm talking about. This is so dumb that Brad wants to act like a serious man, call me out for being a man of God because I troll, and then, again, he has nothing to stand on. He has nothing to stand on.
So let me say this.
Oh, sorry, Craig.
Yeah, Keegan, what we're not going to do is you're not going to sit here and act like you never hosted racist ass spaces, bro. I've literally sat in those spaces, and the only reason why there's no audio of you is because a person like me doesn't run content no more. Otherwise, I would have ran content on you holding racist spaces. I've literally sat in your spaces, so I think it's funny. You can host racist spaces, but you want to draw the line when your kid gets talked about. and that's why I stamped fake outrage on this app. Right? Because that's fake. How can you sit here and host spaces about black people being poor, black people being this and that, but then you want to draw the line when your kid gets talked about? Now, I noticed one thing you didn't call out is the fact that you spoke on other people's kids. You spoke on Shashai's kids, you spoke on Jazzy's kids, you spoke on all these other women's kids as well. So how is it that you are the quote-unquote, because you're Christian, right? So am I. So how is it that you are the quote-unquote Jesus Christ of this app, but now all of a sudden, you know, when your kid gets talked about, then it's the whole app needs to shut down for Brad. Well, my whole thing is this, man. As men, you're talking about as a man that doesn't stand on business. Well, I think it's kind of crazy for you to be a father, get your kid talked about, and you don't want to go stand on business behind your child. I think you making a room on Clubhouse talking about how a man talked about your child is probably one of the most pussiest things you could do. I think if a man talked about your child, you need to go handle that man in person. See, that's how you're going to show your child that you're really a man. See, you show your child that, oh, hey, if someone talks about you, get on the internet and trauma dump and bleed about it. That's not how you show your kid how you're a man. Show your kid that you're a man by actually standing on business. Just like how quote unquote Brad didn't stand on business over what he said. You're not saying on business over what he quote unquote said to your child either. So if you don't gotta stand on business, why should you?
Craig, but here's the thing. I'm not mad that he said that. That's not the point. My point is that he's now lying that he said that. My point is now he's lying about that he doesn't owe someone $1,000. My point is that he says he's a man of his word, but he won't even own up to what he says, right? I own up to what I say. I've said things about people's kids. I've said And guess what though? I sit on stage with Shy. I sit on stage with Jazzy. Why? Hey, I've come back. I said, hey man, that was a little bit too far. I should not have said that. Right now, have I ever said something egregious like that? No. I think I've said I've called them out for being bad mothers. But and again, maybe that was when I didn't know them that well. It doesn't matter. I've apologized for it, and I've also stand on business. I say I have said those things. Everyone's missing the point here. Brad doesn't even care. Doesn't even want to acknowledge that he said that because he knows what he said was wrong, and he would rather, instead of acknowledging what he said was wrong, say, "Nah, I would rather not talk about it and say something else." And that's the point, Craig, is that you guys are defending a man who won't even stand on business. Like you say, black people are always about stand on business, man. Stand on business. Brad doesn't stand on business. Brad doesn't even, he's not a man of his word. Diageo said, pull up. Diageo said, let's go to Tennessee. Diageo said, let's go to Texas. Guess what Brad said? No. Brad doesn't stand on business. Like, this is crazy. You're defending a man who doesn't even do the things that you say.
This is about hypocrisy based off of another race and their expectation of what everybody should be doing?
No, this one time, black people, I said black people like to say stand on business. Craig just said stand on business.
Well, you just said earlier that you didn't say anything racist, but now you just said, everybody knows I just said something racist. Yep, and the replays is on, so I'm glad you said that. Trick bag. We did it, Joe.
I said that Brad.
I don't even like Kamala Harris, but we did it.
Brad says, Brad says Keegan is a huge racist on this app. He's so racist. He's an anti-Semite. I never said I wasn't.
Well, he talked about your daughter. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it, bro? I'm just being real. Who cares if your 2-year-old daughter got talked about? Are you going to do something about it? No, I don't care. I don't care if you... Look, I'll say this. Brad is wrong for talking about your child. Now what are you going to do? Brad is wrong for talking about your child. Are you going to go do something about it? No, you're not. You're going to continue to sit in this room. You're going to continue to gather sympathy. You're not going to do shit about Brad. I'm telling you that. Brad talked about your daughter, and you're sitting here bleeding to a bunch of people that don't even care about your daughter either. No. You are wanting sympathy, and then you're trying to push a lie. Say, he said he's going to fuck a 2-year-old. When literally in the clip, it literally said he's going to fuck your 18-year-old daughter. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that because there's women that say they're going to fuck your dad and all this shit too. It doesn't matter, bro. It's all the same shit.
Gentlemen, the audience can't hear if y'all are both talking over each other. It's hard to hear everybody at the same time. So I know we want to bang out, but
I mean, it's just he just sat here and went on a whole rant that wasn't even true. Like literally, when Brad was in this room, he did not say none of this. But now that Brad's not in the room, now he can try to push a rhetoric lie. Like, and that's why it's just like, bro, come on, man. Like, if you're gonna be a real man, to stand on what it is. You didn't want your daughter talked about. I've literally been hearing you talk about. He talked about my daughter. He talked about my daughter. He talked about my daughter. Okay, what are you gonna do about it? Like, that's all I'm saying. What are you going to do about your daughter getting talked about? We've heard you literally rant for the last hour about your daughter getting talked about. What is next? What is the next point of action? Is it just you complaining? Bro, no, you said it.
I don't have an issue with I have an issue, of course. I think it's disrespectful and egregious and whatever. My point is that Brad's not a man of his word. Brad doesn't stand on business the way that you say he does.
But you didn't stand on business either.
I'm not denying anything I've said.
You just said that you didn't say nothing racist until I came up on the stage and called it out. You just said there's no clips of me saying the N-word, there's no clips of me saying anything racist, but there's clips of him saying something racist. The replays is on. I'm gonna do my own recap. Just know, I'm gonna do my own recap after this, bro. I'm gonna really take this shit to the dark side, and I'm gonna really give the smoke because you're lying. And I'm glad the replays is on.
What I said.
And you better not have them. And you better not ask the mods to boom the replay. You better not. You better not.
Great. What I said, and I made sure to say it. No one has a clip of me saying the N-word. Why?
I've heard you say the N-word. The only reason why there's not a clip is because I didn't record you. I stopped running content. That's why. And that's why. And trust me, like, I ain't got no issue with Pepe right now, but even when Pepe said the N-word, Pepe will tell you, I ran content on him saying the N-word. Again, you came at the time period where I retired. You came at the time period that I retired. So that's the only reason why there's no clips. trust me, if I was in my prime still, I would have had all types of clips on you, bro. You're just a non-factor. You literally said the N-word. You said racist shit. You've held racist groups. You've done all of that. So don't sit here and lie and say that you've never done none of that. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. The replays is on, and that's what. How much money do you want to bet you? How much money do you want to bet? You just said that. How much money you want to bet? You just said that Brad says the N-word, and Brad says racist shit, and you literally don't. How much you want to bet? You just said that out your mouth.
I'll bet $1,000.
Okay, all right. Remember that. Yep. Because remember that. You said that you didn't say nothing racist or anything of the nature.
$1,000.
Okay. That's what I'm betting. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. Because trust me, I'm not finna run like Brad. I'm finna stand in the paint, nigga. I'm not one of that. I'm not like that.
You better pay a family.
Because guess what? Your daughter got talked about and you ain't did shit about it. You're your biggest pussy of all. The fuck? And guess what? When your daughter turns 18, I'm gonna fuck that bitch. Yeah. Now what you gonna do? I'm gonna fuck that bitch too. And I'm gonna throw up the set when I'm banging that pussy, nigga, on 30 crib. Now what you finna do? Nothing. You're not gonna do shit but keep sitting in this room and bleed out your fucking pussy. That's all you're gonna do. You're not gonna do shit.
Hold on. Just hold on. Okay.
Hey, am I running the timer again? Because I gave up on that. Are we going back to...
I don't think we have a timer.
Yeah, I think it's wide open now, right?
Yeah, the main attraction has ended between Keegan and Brad. Now this is the after show. The unexpected, surprising after show between Keegan and Craig.
This turned out way better than the Brad situation.
I mean, yeah, Brad tapped out. Keegan, would you like me to give you the mod badge yet now? Because there's an after party happening in the month.
Go ahead.
So I'm gonna go hit up the Brad and Keegan after party in the month. Allegedly, that's happening right now. I saw it in the hallway. So would you like the mod badge?
There's a Brad and Keegan after party in somebody's month. This is crazy.
Keegan left. Of course you left. You know what's interesting is that $1,000. Everyone was here. What?
Oh, I'm going to my own. It's my after party. I'm going to my own after party.
Yeah, but see, that's that shit you talk about, right? Who the fuck is gonna run from a pale-faced faggot like you? You bleach roach? Niggas don't give a fuck about you. You can't even stand in the sun for more than 5 minutes. You pussy-ass light-skinned bitch. I will literally walk up to you and sock the fucking faggot out of you and make you a real black man. I will literally beat your fucking pussy-ass black and blue. Fuck you talking about, you motherfucking bleach monkey. You motherfucking pale-skinned bitch. Fuck you talking about. Bitch, you can't stay in the fucking pen with nobody. You sat here and fucking bleed about motherfucking Brad fucking your daughter. Nigga, I'm gonna fuck your daughter when that bitch turns 18. I'm telling you right now to your pussy ass face, when that bitch, if she turns 18, I'm gonna put black ass dick in that bitch.
He needs a moment.
For the record, on live, the after party is not in the month, so I retell you. Sorry.
I'm gonna bring him back up in a moment. He needs a moment. He's big miking. He needs a moment. Craig, I just want to make this clear because I do like a good bet. I want to make this clear. You said that I said that never said racist things. I want to make that very, very clear, everyone. Not that I said the N-word, because that's what I said. I said I've never said the N-word. You're never gonna see a clip of me saying the N-word. He says that I said you're never gonna get a clip of me saying something racist. And that's for $1,000, everyone. I'm a married man. I need that money. I need that money. It would help out my family. I'm a poor white. I need money. I'm a poor white, but Craig can come back up if he wants to come back up. But yeah, I mean, listen. Craig is weirdly defensive.
Bitch, you're mad because I got your faggot ass up. You're a bitch and I really beat the faggot out you. You already know that shit, nigga. You're not a married man. You're a fucking pussy, nigga. I fuck your wife and your daughter, nigga. You ain't finna do shit. You're a pussy as fuck. You're a pussy as fuck. You're a bitch. And who the fuck is afraid of you? Nobody. I'm gonna give you my role, nigga.
Wait, Keegan,
No, so here's what it is. I'm gonna give them the road. 4211 Seabreeze Drive, Decatur, California. Decatur, nigga. Please pull up. I'm gonna stand your ground state, and I'm a fucking heavy. I will smoke you and your wife in front of your daughter, nigga. You're completely pussy, nigga. You're bending over and you took a picture getting bent over, nigga. You're a faggot. You like to get bent over by your fucking wife, nigga. Let's talk about it.
No, Cray, hold on. I only moved you to the audience just so I can say something. Okay? I don't want no smoke with Cray. Cray, I understand you'll pull up. You have shooters, allegedly. I want no smoke. I only moved you to the audience just to give Keegan that point. He does not want smoke with Cray. Now, Cray, I'm going to invite you back up. We're cool. I don't want no smoke with Cray. Keegan, I would tread lightly with this guy.
Well, no, listen, I don't know why Cray is like going out, like Cray's defending Brett, I guess. I'm just telling Cray, Brett doesn't stand on business. And now you're saying that I've said some really racist stuff, which I'm not even denying. I've done racist rooms. I said stereotypes.
Bitch, you did deny it. You sat here and said that you didn't say nothing racist. You sat here and fucking said you didn't say nothing racist until I called your faggot ass out. Don't say shit. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck, nigga. Fuck you and your wife. I'm gonna take that $1,000. I'm gonna fuck your wife with it. See, this is what I'm talking about. You in a room talking about how white supremacy was so beneficial. What the fuck are you begging for $1,000? You're a poor ass, faggot ass white man with a fucking broken asshole and a broken family and a fucking fucked up wife. Fuck you talking about? Yo, what the fuck you in the ass, nigga? You sit around and watch black men fuck your wife. You're the big fucking cock of all. And like I said, I'm gonna have you watch me fuck your daughter when that bitch turns 18. I'm telling you this right now. You're not gonna do shit with me. All you're gonna do is fucking cry like a bitch. You've been crying about Brad. Oh, Brad talked about my...
They dropped him.
Thank you. Firstly, NY, I think you've been doing a very good job moderating something very difficult. What I don't understand is why Cray was given more than 15 seconds. And by the way, I've never heard him speak before. I have no idea who he is. I don't know who his friends and enemies are on Clubhouse, if he has any. But what I heard, I don't think adds a constructive value to this room. I heard a man, presumably he's a man, I'm not being gender or whatever. I heard someone yelling. I heard someone insulting. I heard someone talking about fucking family members, other family members in the ass. I know he was allowed to speak for 60 seconds, maybe 90. Personally, if I was moderating, and again, it's just my opinion, I wouldn't have allowed that to go on for more than 15 seconds because I don't see how it added any value whatsoever to the conversation.
Can I answer that really quick? So I was running a timer. We're not running a timer anymore. So to answer the first part of your question, that's why he was allowed to speak so long. And the second part of your question about being constructive, I think if you've been here long enough, you will know that nothing constructive is happening right now. Yeah.
And not only that, the people felt a little let down. They didn't get the battle of the great mighty white man on the stage between Keegan and Brad. And so the after show was Keegan and Cray unexpectedly. And y'all don't know Cray. Cray is the king of Crash House. Cray, again, I want no smoke. I say that respectfully, sir. And so here we are. I didn't move you down, Cray.
Well, listen, I moved Cray down because Cray is getting a little aggressive. He's crashing out, which is weird. I literally never had smoke with Cray until I guess today. And we spent $1,000. Everyone was here. It's on replay. I'm excited to listen back to see who owes the money. Pretty anxious about it. No, not really. It was a great bet, easy bet for me. But my point is that Cray's saying, you're over here whining. You're whining about all this stuff. No, I'm not. My point is that Brad says that he's a man of his word. Mom. But listen, I have said racist things. Without a doubt, I don't deny it. I'm not denying what I say. I'm not denying that I brought in children. I'm not denying what I said. I'm saying that Brad has only denied what he said. And he'll go on stages and bash women and bash other people. And then when people go, you said the same. No, I haven't. That's not me. That's someone else. So that's my point. Is that Brad is just a liar. And it's just not he's not standing on business. Stand on business. Be a man of your word. Say, yeah, I did say that. Yeah, I did make that bet. Yeah, I don't care. That's what I wish you would say. But instead, he goes on stages and lies. It's weird.
Keegan, if you don't mind, if we can give space to the main attraction of Clubhouse, one of my favorite new cast of characters on this app, the leading star of Clown House, Congressman, please, you have the mic, sir.
Yeah.
I don't want to interrupt Congressman.
I don't know if anybody here actually has an undergrad or a graduate degree, but spent years sitting in a classroom, reading, writing, researching, listening to a professor, taking notes, taking tests. That's called academia or college. This is called Clown University. And if you think that by, defending yourself or attacking another person makes you a better student in Clown University, well, just remember you're a clown. And if you think you're not a clown, I encourage you to go to my YouTube, my Instagram, my Clown House, my X account, and listen to yourself talking about what you talk about if you're unaware of what...
I did it.
Oh, why would you that?
I have a question, Keegan. Brad would like to speak to you in the other room where other people would like to talk as well. Are you willing to come migrate rooms?
No, Jazzy, this is weird.
She's trying. Most people would like, Jazzy, you know what you're doing is not cool.
Yeah,
first of all, I know you saw them begging me in the chat to open the room. Miss Nye, did you not see them begging me to open the room? I didn't want to open a fucking room.
They say to jump
you
off the
told me
cliff.
and then you told me to shut. You told me to shut up, and that really just ignited the fire for me to go open the room.
Wait, who?
I didn't want to open the room.
I didn't tell you to shut up.
Keegan did.
I saw the calls for you guys to open up another room.
I didn't want to do that.
And I even suggested that maybe we mod the two women that folks were saying that they should hold the space. Keegan said no. And so here we are.
Keegan, would you like to merge rooms in some type of way? But the way you're running your room is too strict for what you're trying to do.
Well, and Jazzy, but here's the thing, Jazzy. You came to the
hurry up! Stop with the long talking. Say what you gotta say quick.
That's why. Yeah, you kind of would disrupt Jazzy.
And if you care about egregiousness, why is Pepe Madi? He's the most egregious person on Clubhouse.
No, it's not it.
Man, shut up. You're a fucking loser and a liar. You don't give a fuck what Brad said. You're just mad at Brad.
The point is that Brad
What's the point then? Come get your ass packed up in my room.
Brad
What's the point?
Wait,
what's the point?
Jazzy, you need to... Jazzy, you need to quit flapping your fucking glaciators, you goddamn hood rat. No, you fucking wildebeest. Don't come up in here acting like a fucking gorilla smashing everything up. Shut the fuck up. Show some decorum.
Hard face. Hey, hard face man, fuck you. You fucking brick face ass cracker bitch. I don't give no fuck about nothing. You're in here trying to pack Brad up and Brad is in my room waiting on you, bitch.
Okay,
now if you want to come over, bring your bitch ass on. And if you're not gonna come, bitch, stay your funky ass right the fuck here. I don't give a fuck. Now fuck off.
Why don't you go pack up that yeast-infected fucking pussy?
A little bit, Jazzy. You just came in the room just to say all those things. But Jasmine's mad, and I don't know why. Jasmine's mad that I went into her room this morning, and all I said was, hey, I'm making a room at 3 p.m. And she asked me a moderator. I said, maybe. I never even gave her a yes or no. And Chad was there. And now they're like saying that they are owed moderation. They're owed. It's weird. This is weird behavior. Very weird.
Here's my thing though. And this is no disrespect to Jazzy, Shy. Y'all know I don't be for black women on social media. But I'm just curious. I mean, the grievance seems to be that this room was boring because no one would speak, and no one could speak. And I think the rule was just let one mic at a time, and let's just have some orderly fashion. But if the goal is to get everybody in the other room so they can yell and scream over each other and have a one-sided conversation, I don't understand the point, and I ask that respectfully. I'll go on mute.
Well, and again, my point, and I don't know how many times I can say this, and everyone just go listen to the replay at the beginning. My point isn't that he's saying these egregious things. He says egregious things. Brad, that's who Brad is. My point is that Brad will say these egregious things, and he doesn't stand on business. Brad has said that he never said that about my daughter until I showed the clip. Brad says he does that over my Officer Cosmine, even though we have the proof. So Brad says egregious things, Brad is not willing to stand on.
What type of man are you? Brad is not even here.
Brad, come here. He backed out.
Everyone in the audience, you all are some pussy too. You think you're talking about Brad?
Brad's not gonna upset you.
Yeah, you're still talking about Brad. Mission not complete. What were you trying to get out of slandering Brad? Hold on, I'm sorry, hold on. And what piece is that? You know what? Your name on Chief, bitch. You never did a good job, nigga. Look at your name. Look at your name, Marquis. They know you got a power. What the fuck are we talking about? Hold on. Name so black ass. I have a question, Ms. Brown. I want to question you, Ms. Brown. Jazzy, they take you, Jazzy. Brad left the room. He left this space. He said he was done. So I'm asking, what the fuck is Keegan still doing talking about a man that's done with him? You fucking autistic ass nigga. What are you doing, Keegan? Keegan, answer my question, Keegan. If Brad is tapped out and Brad is done, are we burying this now?
We're done now. Let's bury. I mean, Craig came up, Craig defended Brad, now Jazzy. Let's bury it now.
I'm telling you, you a
Jazzy, when you get in a bad mood,
when you get in a bad mood, you do shit like make rooms about people. Dumbass nigga. You and Brad didn't say he wanted to fuck your daughter 6 months ago in my room. Brad said he wanted to fuck your daughter. And you said and did nothing about it. Nothing. Now all of a sudden when he pisses you off, now you gonna bring it back up. You a bitch. You just like Sig, nigga. A fake ass fuck nigga. That's exactly what the both of you pussy niggas are. And then you was mad at Sig, right? You was running around crying about Sig. Oh, Sig's not gonna help me. Sig's not gonna help me. Yeah, cause he's a bitch too. Both of you are two bitch ass niggas. Bitch ass niggas. You a bitch. You a bitch. Marquise, you a bitch too. Marquise, you a bitch too, nigga. And Sig, fuck you and your little pussy single mother wife, nigga. You mad cause don't know black. No black bitches wanna marry Sig. That's a fact. Aggravating ass nigga, shut the fuck up. You can never talk to me, Sig. Never, bitch. Wait, I was married to Sig.
The room I hosted on Chatter was no one cares anymore. No one cares anymore. So just think about that title. And we had a very robust room because honestly, no one cares anymore. I don't think they care about anybody. I feel like she was like that. Like a Ranger, and everybody got their own truth, and everybody's missing out on the community that we can.
And here's where I'm going to disagree with you. I think everybody cares. Where you say nobody cares, I take the exact opposite. I think everybody cares, but to what degree do they care? To that degree, how does it affect their lives and how much time does it take up? That's the individual. But where you say nobody cares, I say everybody cares and we part as friends.
And I would say to you that people care to the extent that it benefits them as the individual, not as America.
I'm so glad you agree with me, my friend. Yes.
So what I'm saying, go ahead, Roger.
I just wanted to say, yesterday was one of my favorite days ever on Clubhouse, and we raised $1,000 for Congressman Kitover, his campaign to change the world. He's going to change the world, one election at a time. And we raised $1,000. And on this app, in the declined state that it's been in, I think that's pretty impressive. And so we're going to continue to do more money bombs and raise more money and hire volunteers. Marshall's on board. In fact, I'm going to speak with Marshall live today. I'm going to give him a call and coordinate a time that he's willing to fly out with me to the great state of Illinois so we can meet with John Kitover to talk about campaign strategy and training people to knock doors. So we're going to make this happen. So everyone on Clubhouse can play a role in trying to get John Kitover. Here's the first goal. Remember this. The first goal is ballot access. All he needs is about, what is it? I looked it up yesterday. It's less than 600 signatures, but they're very picky about it. So you have to gather a lot of signatures because they're gonna toss a lot out. And it's expensive to go gather them. But if we can gather the signatures, there's no filing fee. We can get John on the ballot. Once we get him on the ballot, then we can worry about getting. Then we'll set goals from there. The debate stage. How do you move into being a viable candidate? But the first part of viability is ballot access. And so anyone that wants to help with their time, volunteering, or their money, they can get to John Kitover. John, I will mod you if you want to share the link up top, just so anyone that comes in the room can donate.
Sure, absolutely. I'll also put it in my profile. And yeah, that would be amazing if you flew out here. I would be willing to knock on doors with you and host you. I can, in my campaign HQ, I've got an extra bedroom, an extra living room, an extra dining room, and an extra bathroom. So.
Well, while that's a charming offer, I am really partial. I'm a Marriott Bonvoy member, and I've got so much credit that if I were to stay in a place like Illinois, I would want to take advantage of one of their 5-star hospitalities for free. But you're welcome to come crash there.
Yeah, that would be amazing. So I'll post the link, and yesterday was an amazing day, but I would submit that what I think made yesterday work is actually reading the book and having a drama-free zone.
Yes, major breakthroughs yesterday. And what was your favorite part of yesterday?
Me resting in my femininity. That was my favorite part.
My least favorite part was text messaging. That was my least favorite part of the day.
Actually my favorite part is unblocking. The unblocking.
It's the blocking and then the unblocking and then still the text messaging being unfulfilled.
So above is the Antidote link. I like how they named their company Antidote, as if this is the serum for a toxic situation. And yesterday we did raise $510, and I'm going to match every dollar of that. So the campaign now has $1,020 in its checking account, and 3 Craigslist ads have been posted in the top 3 towns. We've had 1 response from an individual, but it turns out it's a marketing company. So the Craigslist ads are not getting any responses they normally do. Generally, if you post in the job section on Craigslist, you are inundated with responses. But I'm posting in marketing, advertising, and PR, not the government section, because less people even look at the government section and say marketing, advertising, PR. But finding volunteers or independent contractors who are willing to knock on doors, stand outside of grocery stores, create digital content, come on Clown House, to create a bigger marketplace of ideas and content for the campaign. So I think everybody in this room who submitted yesterday some money, some big surprisers, people who, I love, and I don't hate anybody, but I did get some amazing donations from people who I thought, probably hate my guts. But maybe they got a soft spot in their heart. So thanks to all the soft spots in the hearts and everybody else who gave yesterday. I really appreciate it. And we won't waste a dime of that money. We will use it all for communications, marketing, operations to get on that ballot in March.
I think soft spots is a good contender for my name change. I might doodle on that. I think soft spots could be good. Steve, have you had a chance to look over the Congressman's platform? I know you were in that room yesterday. Are you inspired to take human action?
I have known John for many years, and I think it would be most appropriate if you or John contacted me privately. I don't think it would be appropriate to contact me publicly, but if you insist.
Nope.
I would do it privately. Thank you.
I will take your lead. By the way, I have a call coming up later today with Lou Fax, world's famous Lou Fax, about doing an interview, and we're going to talk about the details of which platform. Maybe it'll be multi-platform, but he's very excited about the opportunity to interview somebody that's running for Congress.
I would love. I can't wait to do that. In my PTR, this is a press release I wrote for a news company here in Chicago who wanted to do an interview with me. This was the response that I gave them. It might be a little small to actually read, but this is something I wrote personally. It's not done with ChatGPT or anything like that, but it's addressed to the voters in the 16th District of Illinois.
I would like to ask John a follow-up question from yesterday, if that's okay, because I didn't hear anybody ask it. Is that okay, John?
Listen, Uncle Steve, I hope you don't think I'm like, anti-Uncle Steve in what you do. I think you're a great organizer and I love what you do. And I have listened to what you do because I'm generally entertained and enjoy your rooms. So I hope there's no bad blood between the two of us, but go ahead, Steve.
Like I said earlier a minute ago, I've known you for years, and so I have a very good idea of what you are all about. And I have the ultimate most respect for Roger, which is why when he asked me publicly, I suggested he contact me privately. But that being said, you haven't been shy throughout the years of saying, quote, all communication is hypnosis, close quote. I've heard you say that at least 50 times. I'd like to know now that you're running for Congress, if you would like to comment on that fact. Thank you.
Sure. So I've expanded my definition of communication from all communication is hypnosis. And I got that from a neurolinguistic programming book that I read from the 80s, where it said in 85, the Association of Neurolinguistic Programmers declared that all communication is hypnosis. So the expanded definition, in my opinion, is that all communication is political. All communication is spam. All communication can be propaganda. So I think if you frame communication in the lens of hypnosis, it might take the sting out of some people's toxic attitudes or, demeanor or personality, where it's a reframe. So that's all it is to me, Steve. I don't think that all communication is just hypnosis. It's other things as well.
My only response would be that since you're now running for Congress, to say as you did 60 seconds ago, quote, all communication is spam, close quote, I would just think about that. Thanks.
Oh, I have. That's why I said it. And I could tell you that if you come on this app and you listen to a lot of the communication on here, it's up to you to determine whether or not it's spam. If you want to have spam for lunch, feel free. It's up to you.
John, I got a question for you. Certainly, it's a question you're going to get asked if you get interviewed by Lou. What would be would you be in support of reparations?
Sure. So I've been on this app for many years. I've had many, many conversations, and I've visited many, many different types of rooms. And, I found myself in a room once with a bunch of African American women who were talking about BLM. And I told them, I asked them, what are their priorities? They told me, I said, well, what do you think about protesting at the doors of a Federal Reserve facility? And they said, well, why would we do that, John? I said, because, your attention and awareness, it needs to be expanded. You have to realize that if we inflate the currency supply to give you reparations, um, it's borrowed. It's all coming from the Federal Reserve. So I think with regards to the BLM component, why I told them to protest the Federal Reserve is because, the whole thing is tied to reparations and this political aspiration. I would just say, I've heard you say it to African Americans talk about reparations. Don't you know you're essentially borrowing from yourself to pay yourself? So it's it's a political topic, but I believe that in the now, there are no former slaveholders or anyone currently living that had anything to do with that. So we're in a reset period. But if you absolutely insist on reparations and that's your only political aspiration, well, I would say expand your political aspirations, but I do not think that African Americans will get reparations in this country. And in fact, I think there's probably a lot more evidence to suggest that they've already gotten plenty of reparations and they're currently getting reparations. So that's my opinion.
That's solid. Typically, when I get in there, I inflame the rooms with like just saying point blank period that I'm in opposition to reparations. But then I do walk it back and say that if I were on this train, what I would be advising is to demand that the government sell federal lands to raise the money, because that would be met with much less resistance than increased taxation, which essentially is taxing yourself to pay yourself.
My question would be, why should I get something that I didn't earn?
It's a very valid question.
Well, I mean,
I've sent invitations to people down in the goo. If you'd like to come up, just accept the invite. Come on up, join the conversation.
My father was born in 1919. My grandpa was born in the late 1890s, and both of them taught our family very well that they themselves never met a slave, didn't know a slave owner, and that they still made it in America. So I'm just trying to figure out, are we really saying that someone deserves something even though they didn't earn it? And to my knowledge, every single slave owner purchased their slaves with their own money. So if I go and purchase something today, should then I be guilty in future generations because Edward purchased something and other generations should have rights to what I purchased? I don't think so.
I think there is the problem of considering human beings to be property. I think that would be the pushback you would receive.
Roger, I agree. But where in human history that another human being did purchase another human being? This is on every continent. I mean, the four countries that actually. So I'm still trying to figure out these people who decided to purchase slaves in the 13 colonies were individual farm owners, including blacks, because they needed labor. That's why it's called the transatlantic slave trade. I don't know why no one ever talks about the trade part. Everybody talks about the slave part. It's very interesting.
This is where I would submit that all communication is hypnosis, because I listened to an African American woman who did a CRT DEI lecture at a Google office for two hours or even 3 hours, and I recorded the whole thing. And she was a great public speaker, but the belief in structural white racism or a white supremacist system that should give you a kickback because the system is so inherently unfair, that's a track in a communication. That's one communication piece. It's an all or nothing position statement. Now, if you were to listen to our audiobook of the Tao Te Ching, that is more of an intelligence education communication. So I'm just saying that if you're only going to go off of this one track, which is an all or nothing position on structural white racism and reparations, is that not the definition of persuasive hypnosis? I mean, you tell me, like, are you going to go all or nothing because of this one information piece, or are you going to use other information, as your guiding principles? To me, it's madness.
Hey, Cowboy, hey, you do know, you said the transatlantic slave trade, you emphasized the trade. What were you saying that? I mean, you do know what was being traded, right?
Yeah, human beings. That was being traded, correct.
I was curious why you emphasize the word trade. Like, you do know the word trade, you emphasize that word. I'm just curious why you emphasize the word trade.
Because you got to go to the supply chain, okay? So I'm going to ask you a question since you asked me the question. Where did the supply chain of trading start? Where did it start at?
I don't know. I don't have no idea what you're talking about.
I understand. So if you would like to go to the supply trade where it started, then we can have a conversation. But until then, I don't think we have a conversation because everything has to start somewhere. Where did it start? Where did trading start? And it did not start in America. Remember, it's called the transatlantic.
Is that me or him?
That's him.
Oh, that's called God. That wasn't him, God.
Hakima, I think he's referring to the slave traders or the inventory holders or the capturers in Africa that was selling them to the Portuguese or to the English or whoever was, involved in slave hustling. Like, he's referring to Africans engaged in slavery or Arabs and Muslims engaged in slavery, transactions.
I don't think they was involved in slavery anymore. They had prisoners of war, and they didn't treat them like property and savages, like savages, and just murdered them and just stole their identity. That's not what was going on. But I mean, I'm not sure if that's what he's talking about. But I don't see. Well, can I finish? I just walked in. I was about to say I just walked in the room, so maybe I'm missing some context. So I was just wondering about the part when you said trade. I was wondering what you meant.
Well, I think that John explained it to you that you got to go to the supply chain first, okay? He named a couple people groups, but yet you did not acknowledge the group that you talked about. You said you don't think that they did what you believe that they did to the percentage of blacks that came to the shores of the United States. At the time, there were 13 colonies. So I would like to know from you, do you know the number of actual people that made it to the shores of the continent of the United States?
388,000.
And I want to ask you a question. Were all of them that came over on the ships, do you know the number of those that were never slaves, freemen?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not sure what you mean right there. That would. Because they all came as slaves.
Okay, so obviously that's not historically correct. So before you and I have a conversation, I would like for you to actually go back and look at freemen. My family were actually part of that group. So just so you know that you're not talking to someone that actually believes the whole slavery story and what percentage of people in the at the 13 counties actually owned slaves at the time and what people groups owned slaves at the time.
Why are you speaking of these 13 colonies like they were just here and they weren't? Like slavery predated the 13 colonies. And the 388,000 that came here came as slaves. There was people here, there was freedmen. There was some people that came over that was freedmen, but they didn't. But the 388,000 are talking about the enslaved people. That's where that number comes from. So when you say that some of them people were freedmen, no, they weren't. The 388,000 particularly talk about a group of people. It was the ones that were brought here as slaves. That is that number, that 388,000.
And I agree with you that those were the ones who came here that were traded before they got here. Okay, they were traded before they got here. My question is, could you go back to the supply chain of who traded them and sold them into slavery?
You're making up a whole term with this whole supply chain thing. Like you're literally making up a term that is not spoken of in history. Like you're trying to complicate something that's not complicated. Like did some Africans? May I finish? May I finish? Thank you. Like did some Africans maybe sell some prisoners of war to some Europeans? Yes. Did they start it? Was that their goal? Did they seek out the Europeans to sell these people? I don't think that's a part of history. So to act like that, like they just offered up this commodity to sell. And like they the ones who started it, like somehow this so-called supply chain, whatever you're talking about, is the root cause is the Africans. It sounds like that's what you're saying. If it is, that is nuts.
Well, I appreciate you saying that something is nuts, but I would like for you to do some more research, brother, because what you're doing right now, we're not having a real serious conversation. Because I've been to different countries. I've been to 54 countries. And I'm sorry to tell you, what you're talking about is absolutely asinine for you to actually think I'm going to sit here and listen to someone tell me something when they themselves did not do the history and the study of what happened before America was even in inception. This empire has been around for thousands of years before America was even thought of. Okay? So when you have these conversations, man, you got to come with more than just emotion. I'm sorry.
I mean, the emotion comes from your side. Like you're making that. Like I'm telling you exactly what's wrong with what you're saying. Like you're telling me I'm wrong without telling me what I'm wrong about. Like it's you that's coming with the emotion. Clearly, I'm coming with factual information. I'm directly talking to you about what you're saying. I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong. I'm saying what you're saying is wrong. Plus, I'm telling you what's wrong with it. But you're acting like you're the super educated guy, and I'm the one who needs to do more research. Yet you're not telling me what I'm saying is wrong.
Okay, I got a question, Edward, in regards to this. They had on the shore. Was it where were the docks where the Spanish came and picked up the slaves? Because the biggest amount of the slave trade started, as you say, before the 13 colonies, because it was done by the Spanish. And they came up to these docks. How long had those docks been there, Edward, and who all were they doing business with?
Shirley, great question. The difference is, Shirley, I think that people should do their own research with the 4 countries that started the transatlantic slave trade, which were not here in the United States, and then the African countries that actually participated in trading of slaves. Okay? You just go back. It's so interesting. I'm not going to sit here and spoon feed people because everybody has a different narrative. And I like the fact that he says that I did not explain. No, I'm going to say it again. You got to go back to the origin of the transatlantic anti-slave trade. That's what you got to do.
And the really nice thing about this is now we can ask Gemini that very question and it'll give you probably a pretty concise answer. I'm not trying to be smart. Yesterday I got in the middle of two men having a conversation and got bludgeoned. I shouldn't have done it and I shouldn't be doing it right now. But it's such an interesting topic. And I had, before I read what you're talking about, Edward, I just thought that the 13 colonies were the terrible people the only terrible people who participated in slavery. And found out that we were not the only, it's a terrible institution. We're so glad that we aren't practicing it, except we probably have economic slavery. I don't know. We won't go down that line. We won't go down that.
So Edward, which African country was a part of the slave trade? Be precise.
I just said to you, and I don't know why you did not hear me loud and clear.
I'm spoon feeding part. I'm just asking you a simple question. This is a question I'm asking. Which African country was a part of the slave trade?
Do I have a right to say I'm not going to answer the question?
I mean, if you don't know the answer, that's fine, but yeah, that's cool.
All right, thank you for making an assumption. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's clear you don't know.
Yeah, I know it's clear that you like to make assumptions. So, you don't know me, I don't know you. Let's just make sure we keep it there. Stay in your lane, because I'm okay, bro. I'm good.
My lane is Clubhouse. We're both in the same lane right now, in the same room, on the same stage. And we talk about the same topic.
And you asked me a question, right? And I said, I am not going to
because you don't know the answer.
Okay, you got it. I don't. Just go ahead and take that. If that's what you want to say, go for it. Because I do know this. You don't know about supply chain. You don't know the origin of it. I know that.
You just made that shit up.
All right, hold on, guys. I just wanted to say that this has been a good discussion, but in about, 15 minutes from now, we're going to mosey on over, those that want to the rational discussion group, where the topic is going to be, is Trump derangement syndrome, is that a proper framing of the progressive sentiment towards Donald Trump? And if not, what is? If we don't like that term, if that's not a good framing, we'd just like to know what is.
I'm gonna answer that question real quick. It's called a rational discussion. It's ironic. The room of your the name of your room is the exact thing that people are doing when they talking about Donald Trump and all the fuckery he's doing. They are having a rational discussion, not TDS at all.
Interesting. Yeah, so the room will really be an invitation to people that are critical of Trump, which invites me because I'm critical of Trump. I don't think that I have derangement syndrome about it. I think my criticism of him would be similar to any criticism that I would have of any president when they do things that I think are outside of the bounds of protecting individual rights. I think that markets and people should be free. And I'm a bit of a zealot when it comes to those things. And that's why I don't get caught up in some of these movements. It's also why I'm inspired when someone that's running for Congress, even though it's not my district, is saying that they want to bring attention to the debt, $37 trillion of debt. So that's why I support John Kitover for Congressman. There's a link above if anybody wants to click on it. They can get. By the way, this is not a contest of how rich you are, and a smaller donation doesn't mean that it's smaller support. In fact, every dollar counts in campaigns like this. And so if you have $1 to give, if you have $10 to give, if you have $100 to give, all of those are appreciated, or any denomination in between. I would just ask you to prayerfully consider it. Say a prayer, open the link, and then listen to the Spirit. Let the Spirit guide you on what you should give. And if the Spirit tells you to give nothing, well, then so be it. How can the Spirit be wrong?
I would say just take the deepest breath of the day. Hold it for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. click that link above. Your money will be allocated absolutely transparently. We need people on the ground, and Mojo has volunteered to fly out to Chicago, stay at a Marriott, and knock doors with me to get the required number of signatures, which is about 600, but we'll probably need thousands. And your money will help this campaign. This is not a joke. I know many of you know me as a joker, a comedian, a troll, a clown, somebody that likes to have fun on this app with you. But this is a real campaign. Has a real checking account. It's got a real EIN number. We're really in the FEC website, and your donation probably will actually show up in the donation reports. So just FYI. But johnforcongress.com is the website, and the antidote link above is the payment platform and landing page that we're using to generate funds for this campaign. And so far, Clownhouse users, aka Clubhouse users, have donated over $500 to the campaign to elect John Kitover, and I'm honestly flummoxed, floored, extremely happy, extremely excited. And as Mojo said yesterday, Darren LaHood in the 16th District, the Rhino Republican vaccinologist, who has created $20 trillion in debt, is probably thinking, oh shit, this guy's actually raising money. So we do need to open up that muff and create a bridge or an opening to the voters of the 16th District. And hopefully this type of economic and fiscal conservatism, aka common sense, will be able to create, a group think, a herd psychology effect. I mean, this is the biggest problem going, in my opinion. $37 trillion is completely unsustainable. $1 trillion a year in interest payments on a $37 trillion mortgage. This came out of nowhere in just 20 years. So unless Congress and the Senate and the president and everybody actually starts tightening their belt and saying, you know what, we've had 25 years of war, we're $37 trillion in debt, maybe it's time to stop spending and borrowing. I'm complete. Thanks, everybody. This is John Kitover.
Okay, we've got about 10 minutes before the rational discussion group is going to open. I know this is going to be a great room. We're going to have Anson Burlingame helping us lead the discussion. We will leave the chat open, unlike the critical thinking forum. We like to provide, a feedback loop. We see that keeping the chat open helps to allow more participation in these conversations. The topic today for the rational discussion group is the term TDS, is that an appropriate term to capture the sentiment of progressives? And if not, what would be a more appropriate term? That's the discussion we're going to have today. Brad, let me give you my take on what I have observed today. And I know that you're not asking for my feedback, but I want to offer it up. I think that, first of all, congratulations for kicking the shit out of Keegan. I think he's one of the more despicable human beings on the app. So you represented well there. That said, I think that maybe after listening to what you had said, maybe the next Brad rant, maybe there could be some edits to the takedown. I think there's ways to take down Keegan without some of the things that were said. I'm still Team Brad when it comes to your battle with Keegan, but I have decided that when it comes to Brad versus Shirley, I'm Team Shirley. So I'm not a never Bradder, but I'm also not an always Bradder. Brad, would you like to respond?
Thank you for that elegant bipartisanship that you just displayed there. That's fine. As I said, I did this enough today. I don't know how much more people want. I just wanted to come in and apologize to Nye. She did not need to be caught in the crossfire of that. I don't know why they chose you to mount that room. That was kind of weird. You should have declined it. And I know some people threw some shade at you. I apologize. If you missed the Cray pack up, I suggest that you listen to the replay.
I heard it, and I have to tell you, that's when I opened a room for the drama-free zone. I think that his threats of violence against Keegan are things that shouldn't be said on this app. And even though I find Keegan to be one of the most disgusting people, I'm not going to side with people like Craig. And in fact, I think there's a reason why threats happen on here. These are the kind of things that don't happen in the real world. When people have that kind of animosity, they don't talk. They actually fight. And so I think that his quote-unquote pack-up of Keegan, I think he embarrassed himself, in my opinion.
But we can differ on that. I think it was coming to that point. I mean, there was nothing more to go down. I don't like the white Christian male nationalist. I don't like those types. I can't stand it. If you're in the audience, you're not going to win any favor with me. I think you actually give Christianity a bad name. I think your view of Bible and Christ and God is all bullshit. I think you're pathetic and weak. I think you're simple-minded. I think, honestly, you should have been aborted or at least swallowed at some point. I think this whole white people are overwhelmingly superior. You built cultures, you built societies, you built everything, and have no recognition of history or the varying degrees of people that have been oppressed or taken advantage of or actually contributed to society as a whole is myopic at the least. And I think you incel wannabes that go to Target to shop for white bed sheets are pretty fucking sad. And again, you guys jerk off to porn on a fucking computer in your mama's basement while playing fucking war games and think somehow you have some relevance in society. And you really don't. No one's going to vote for you. No one's going to be the reins of power. And all of you Nick Fuentes types, you Groiper types, whatever label you want to go by, I think you're all just a bunch of faggots. And I can't stress that enough. I think you're pathetic and weak. And when you go up to somebody and start shit and then they throw shit back at you, you become the most butthurt, bitch hurt, soft fucking man there is. And you spend your entire time whining. And you're really you're worse than the progressives. I will say this. Here you go, progressives. Here you go, liberals, Democrats. You are right. There is a problem with MAGA. It is the Nick Fuentes incel types like Keegan and others and the Groipers and whoever you want to that have infected it. It's herpes on the stain of Republicans and conservatives, and this is why I don't give them any credence. Roger, this is why I just choose to just go straight for the heart and the jugular and just rip it out and own their souls.
All right, fair enough. Brad, would you consider offering an apology to Shirley for yesterday?
Really? All right, I will apologize, Shirley. You didn't deserve the vehemency in which I attacked you. I would truly withdraw that, and I truly am sorry. I did not like being cut off. I do not like being the target. And if anybody gets in the way, I will definitely throw absolutely everything, including the kitchen sink, at whoever's in my way to get to the target. I do not have a selective switch. I just go for all. So I suggest people just duck out of the way and not try to stand in front of me.
I think that was a great, sincere comment. Shirley, did you want to reply?
Hun, I knew that's how it was before you said any of that. I'm not sure everything you said because I'm painting and I walked away to look for the stir stick. I love you, Brad.
There we go. Bringing people together in the muff.
I will say what I've told everybody. Yeah, we got mixed it up a little bit. Brad, if I got in trouble and he was in arm's length of me and he could get me out of a jam, he would lay his life down for me. And I know that, and we bumped into each other yesterday. Okay, is that fair assessment, Brad?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So, travel on and be happy, everybody.
All right.
Shirley, I want you to travel into the chat. John actually put the first information in, and then I added to it based on your question, so you know exactly the start of it and also the countries.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I actually love history, and I would love that conversation extensively. Anyway, I'm gonna mic up. It's been a rough day. I've been looking for this and looking for that and the paint sticks, and Anyway, y'all.
Can I just say something to Brad? You know, Brad, I record everything I listen to on this app. And so if you do want to hear your playback and actually really break down what you're saying, I would encourage you to listen to it, and I can delete it if you want, but I would encourage you to listen to your public speaking because it's great in terms of optimizing your public speaking, meditation, that type of intelligent approach to communication.
I appreciate that, John. I actually don't like the sound of my own voice. Listening to me talk. So that's really hard for me to do. I think a lot of people feel the same way I do. We just don't like hearing ourselves in conversations. I don't mind engaging in conversations, but I mean, yeah, you can delete whatever. At this point, it's Clubhouse, it's Clown House, whatever you want to call it, and I've battled enough people on this app. Like, I really wish more people would put a bigger stance against, like, you know, if you're going to go with a political frame, like the Christian nationalist movement, like, you should be upset at Keegans. You should literally hold their, the small balls that they have to the fire. You should tell them, like, what kind of fucking bullshit Handmaid's Tale fantasy that you have going on. You know, black people shouldn't be segregated from voting. Black people shouldn't be separated from having infrastructure projects of their own or their own creation.
Oh, you're the ocean now. You've transformed back to the ocean. Interesting.
Person in the fucking country and deport them. That's absolutely insane, considering 3/4 of the country was magically fucking Hispanic when the country was finally added with the last 2 states after the treaty of, what was it, Guatemala or whatever it is, to the Mexican-American War. Like, these talking points that these idiots have is absurd. And no, women shouldn't lose the right to vote. You shouldn't be barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen, knocked up, making cucumber sandwiches with these moms.
So, I just want to announce that I'm going to go open the other room in the rational discussion group. If you want to discuss whether or not the term TDS is a proper reflection of progressive sentiment towards Trump.
Hey, Anderson, he's about to open up the room.
That's going to be the topic. I'm going to head over there, and I'll see you people over there.
So I can pin the link to this room, and everybody can click through, or you can go to your hallway and see the room with Anson and Mojo. Anson is in the campaign to elect John Kitover. He's headed over there now. Let's see if I can find it.
I don't understand. I just want to say really quickly to Brad. Brad, I heard what you said about me.
Yeah, by the way, I wrote a book, so I would be happy if you like.
You want me to read it?
I would be happy to share it with you. So.
Okay, yeah. Let's do it. Let's read it. Let's make it into an audiobook.
Hey, let me share it. Okay, I sent it in the chat, brother.
Just read me the first 10 sentences.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to mod up Anson here. We're not going to get started right away. We're going to let people pack in. We will make sure that we start right at 2 o'clock Pacific time, at 5 o'clock Eastern. You do the conversion if you live elsewhere, not the world clock. But let me see if I can bring some people up. We'll just have a little bit of small talk, as they say, until the room really gets cracking. So the format for this room, this is my preference.
All right, I asked you for 10 sentences. You didn't give them to me.
First framing of the question, and then he likes to hear what everybody has to say, and then towards the end, he kind of offers his response to things, although he may interject. This is supposed to be interactive. This is not one of those rooms where
somebody's given, endless amount of time to drone on, and then they're moved to the audience. It's also encouraged to participate in the chat to whatever degree you would like. Just be polite and respectful to people. We're going to have this conversation. I love this question, by the way. I hope you guys are enjoying these rooms. I know that I've been getting a lot of positive feedback for these rooms. And if you have topic suggestions, please back channel me, back channel Anson. We'd love to hear this stuff. But let's just get a little bit of small talk going. We got about 7 minutes before we officially open. Let's hear what's on your mind.
I'd like to go just super quickly. Anson, these last few rooms have been very informative and very enjoyable, and I was just going to beg you guys to turn the replays on, and I see that they're on, because you're just that good. Thank you.
Yeah, that's the kind of feedback loop. You were not the only one that requested replays to be on, and since the rooms stream to YouTube, there's no reason why we wouldn't record these rooms. So replays are on.
Well, I just want to say really quickly, I think this is a great topic. I'm very excited for this discussion, especially to hear the thoughts from people who dislike Trump. And perhaps they'll share why. And why, if they are offended by the term TDS, I hope we get some explanation on that too. Thank you.
Absolutely, and I hope for those that pick the choice in the poll that they prefer a different term, I hope for them to offer up a suggestion. If the TDS term is not the proper term, then maybe we can figure out what the proper term is. And I don't think that this conversation is going to be the end of this. I think this is going to be the beginning of talking about the impact that Trump has politically as well as socially, and the way that people now engage with politics because of this Trump phenomenon. And his supporters, his detractors, they're very passionate about things, but this will be, I think, the beginning of a mature dialogue to bring people together that love, hate, or are indifferent to the guy, to figure out, can we have a fair framing of what the critique is? That's my hope, that we're going to start that process. We got about 5 minutes before we really kick things off. Wanted to just welcome everyone. If you want to join the stage, please raise your hand. It's open to everyone that wants to participate politely. So this is great.
I really like what you just said, Roger, that I would hope, you like it or you don't like it, and you come up with a new name if you want to. But the bottom line is there is a strong sentiment by a lot of people that continue to harp on, in a negative way, essentially everything that Trump does. And if we can somehow figure out how to better criticize Trump, but more important, move beyond criticism to a constructive alternative. When we start doing that, and it's rational, and it's polite, my God, we can make some progress. But if all we do is criticize, hate, etc., either way, across either side, then we're not making any constructive process to come up with better solutions. And that's the reason I'm looking forward to this, particularly if we can take it to the point of what else can we do besides just hate, whatever.
Yeah, so I've been thinking about this all day because I got shit to do, but I divide the TDS problem two camps. There are those that are fundamentally opposed to the policies that any of his initiatives, manifest. And then there's a camp that I think has not been discussed that I have seen in my interactions with my Canadian business associates, and that is the manner in which he executes. It's abrupt, crass at best, and rude many times. And by anyone who, even if you're the staunchest of Trump supporter, you could always say there was another way of handling it. Now, when the electorate elected the guy, we did it with our eyes wide open, knowing that it wasn't always going to be the way you would do it. And what I find unique about, the incrementally higher level of anger associated with the way in which he does work is that they haven't realized that in many cases they're angry with how he does it. And I'm going to cite a couple cases even the last week to make my point, because I know there are people who fundamentally disagree with his policies, and I'm not disregarding that, but I do think the value-added anger that is shown towards him reflects, at least in part, the way in which he does it. And even Joe Scarborough said that liberals amongst themselves talk about the crime in cities, including Washington, D.C. So that's just the one in this particular case this week. And even Democratic senators, most notably Fetterman, although they don't react immediately, confirm that maybe we should listen to what he says instead of how he says it with respect to things like the Israeli conflict, AI management, and trade. So to build on Anson's comment, I think a lot of the anger that blinds fruitful discussions around what he is trying to implement comes from at least how he does his business. And Anson, thanks for prompting Mojo to have this room.
May I butt in for a second, just real quick?
Sure.
Thank you. I want to go backwards for a second because I had TDS in 2016, and I argued with people I've known all my life who never ostracized anybody. And I had to come to terms with that. I was just triggered, being with some of the closest people in many rooms, and I'm still close with them. This time, I had to realize after the debate, triggered or not, Trump was going to be my president. Then, when Kamala peaked at the convention and all they could talk about was her joy, not any accomplishments, we all knew Trump was going to be our president. I had to look at it differently. I couldn't go through life being triggered every day. So the only thing that I wish that the people on the conservative side would do is when you're in a conversation with them or online, they don't just come right out, you have TDS, because it's a catch-all phrase now for anything they disagree with. And it closes down the conversation because you are branded and really can't speak rationally about anything he does. And so I think we do need a new name. I don't know what it is, but that's going to help, I think, foster conversation when I don't hear I have TDS when I've overcome it. So those are my thoughts.
I'd like to weigh in on that if I am audible. You guys can hear me. James Lindsay has a 7-minute video called Thought Terminating Cliches. And he says these are slogans that shut down discourse. You have TDS is one of them. But there's also many others. Like examine your privilege. Or you don't get to say that because of who you are. There's many of them in our society. So understand when someone's lobbing a slogan at you, what they're telling you is, I don't care to hear what you have to say for whatever reason. Either they can't refute it, or they're pissed that you're right, or whatever. And, take a minute to see if it's worth the fight. Because if they've already shut down listening to you, you're really doing a lot of work
ready to start the room, Roger?
Yeah, let's go. I want to get your framing of this and your initial thoughts, and then we'll kick it around. And I'm looking forward to this chat. And hopefully, there's some people here that have some real strong criticism of Trump that can talk to us about the better way for us to understand those critiques and maybe get specific. We might find some areas where we agree. It could be helpful. Go ahead, Anson.
Well, the reason I picked this topic is one of the reasons that I decided to work with Roger and spend my time in a different room. The term Trump delusional syndrome is resented by several people in the other room because a syndrome is a mental illness, and there's no way we can diagnose a mental illness on Clubhouse. Trump delusional syndrome implies a sickness and a diagnosis, and absent a professional diagnosis, it's a ridiculous term. And I agree with that. But I also note that on several occasions, the title of the room was, "Is Trump delusional because?" So there was an outright in the title topic of, "Is Trump delusional?" So I didn't particularly like that. I voiced an objection to it, and here I am. That's not the only reason, but here I am. Now, I prefer a different term, and I've been thinking about it. And I think I'm dropping the term syndrome in the first place. And I'm dropping the term delusional because that can be considered a mental health aspect. And I picked UTD, Ultra Trump Disgust. Now, I originally thought instead of the U meant universal Trump disgust. But no, that's too big, meaning it always is there. Ultra Trump disgust is a gross because you're disgusted with Trump and the way he presents things, the way he talks, all the things that somebody I think mentioned, that ultra Trump disgust rather is an indication that I'm disgusted with him, he can't do anything right.
We're kind of eking our way into this. Is that, do you feel?
So I'll pick UTD, but what I'm hoping that we go from is rather than accusing someone of whatever phrase, ultra, UTD, TDS, whatever, I agree with the observation by a couple of people that have already spoken, that it shuts down debate. Okay, so I want to see how we can make progress with people that truly, routinely, almost always, if not always, indicate their disgust of Trump universally across the board. He's just terrible. He can't do anything right, blah, blah, blah. Then we can move from that to, yes, I have UTD, but here is what I would do instead of what Trump is proposing to do. That's where we can make progress rather than harping on Trump and harping on how wrong his approach is, his policies are. Get out there and counter his policies with something rational and constructive. And that's where I hope we can move in our political debate. I'll stop it at that and let everybody else talk.
I'll chime in since everybody stopped for a minute. I'm going to stick with TDS. I think it's appropriate. I mean, I get it. I'm not a doctor, nor do I understand all the mechanisms of the human mind. But I think it's a perfectly fine label. Since it seems politics is just about labeling and branding, that's pretty much where we're at. The issue that I have is I don't have a plethora of XGs or Rogers or Kellys or Ansons or Rosser. I don't have those to debate with outside of maybe in this room. If we were to get into a deep dive on a policy, there's plenty of crap that I wish people would talk about. Like originally, I thought the wall was the most retarded waste of money to ever be formulated in existence. I think to this day, I will still say the wall is a stupid idea. Do I think we should strengthen our borders? Absolutely. Do I think we should have a better immigration system? Absolutely. Are there loopholes, pitfalls, and dangers that come with our immigration? Absolutely. I personally want to go back to the time when I was a kid where you could freely just walk across the border to Canada or Mexico and come back with your driver's license. We had that open arrangement. We had people in all three nations shifting back and forth along the border, working and living in harmony until we decided that we needed to have better IDs, more controls, and I get it. 9/11 was scary, and a lot of these policies have implemented. But to say, I never get these types of arguments. Maybe XG once in a while will go on, and Roger will say something on the economic policy. But we rarely have these discussions. Militarily, I agree with the Iran strikes. Many people don't. I think they were appropriate. I think it is something that needed to be done. It should have been done decades ago, and I'm okay with it. And people seem to have a reticence on that.
I want to go the other way. I think Trump derangement is perfect without a modifier.
Okay.
And so
did I break up?
I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
No. I'll let you go. I'm not going to be like really long, but I mean, I never get those attacks about Trump. What I get is the hyperbole attacks. I get that Trump's a fascist. That doesn't tell me anything. I get people that are not, like the big beautiful bill is anything but beautiful. It's just fucking big. It doesn't make any sense. Someone kind of debate me on that. Tell me how great that bill is. Give me what part you like. I don't have that. Give me the part you don't like. I'll probably agree with you because most of the people that are pointing that out, I agree with. It's shit. So, I mean, we can't have it. And then you can't couch your feelings in that everything is great under Kamala or Biden. And I'm politically opposite of XG. I consider him a good friend. He's a good guy. I like his stances. And sometimes, I'm going to be honest, he's on the left or he's in his own little world. He's fucking right. He's 100% right. Roger is in the middle somewhere. He's 100% right at times. Like, I don't know why even the Trump people need to be on this one fence that everything Trump does is fucking perfect. It's not. It's a fucking waste. And it's shit that I wish he would recognize better and not do. But, you know, we're in that age. Now you can go, David.
Thank you. Real quick, I like just Trump derangement. It's actually his initials reversed. And why do we need a modifier? That's really part of the problem. The ultra or the syndrome, like you mentioned, are just part of what creates what Katzen is so proudly and rightly called the Great Divide. Not proudly, but aptly. And so can it just be Trump derangement, in my mind? And then we're more open, I think, to maybe a middle ground.
Yeah, for me, I don't find the term to be useful in multiple senses. As in, one, I mean, yeah, it's a shut down term, but at the same time, I also think it kind of like dismisses a lot of valid complaints that are there from the left as well. Like, it's been overgeneralized to include every single complaint about Trump rather than just people that are genuinely being fucking extremely hyperbolic, et cetera, right? Because I think that, for example, with me, one of my main gripes with Trump and the Republican Party as a whole right now is the fact that it seems like there's no principle left. I'll debate people in the big beautiful bill, because what the fuck do you mean the bills that are big are beautiful now? I thought Republicans were always about single issue bills, making sure it passes by itself and it's that good, blah, blah, blah. What I don't like is the hypocrisy on values when it comes to we're the party of law and order, but I'm going to go ahead and pardon 196 violent criminals from January 6th that were beating on police officers that I claim to care about, right? When it comes to, I care about family values, but I'm going to go ahead and elect a man that probably wouldn't have been elected 10 years ago just based off the fact of his divorce history and the 34 felonies, whether you view them as violent or non-violent, whether you care about them or not. The Republican Party from maybe like 15 years back wouldn't have done it based off that. They didn't want Romney to win based on the fact he was a fucking Mormon of all things, right? So like for the most part, I feel like my main frustration with the Republican Party is the lack of principle, or the lack of being able to stand on one principle and acknowledge when they're wrong, or acknowledge when their administration is doing something in contrast to what their principles are quote unquote said to be, right? And I think that being frustrated about that isn't so outrageous to call it deranged. I think it's valid. And I think there's a lot of other Democrats and people on the left like me who do have valid points that do want to talk about politics, don't want to just say, oh, Trump orange man, Trump racist, blah, blah, and actually want to get into discussions. But because we have a complaint about Trump, it's classified as TDS, we're dismissed with the rest of them that are batshit crazy. And it feels like there's no room for engagement. In the same way that they don't want all of us to classify everybody that's MAGA or that supports Trump as these crazy racist authoritarians. They don't want to be painted like that. Don't paint the other opposing side if you don't want to be painted like that. Don't paint us as this one giant blue-haired monolith that just wants to cry about racism 24/7. When there's some of us that actually do have gripes and complaints that aren't delusional and aren't deranged. They're genuine gripes that, guess what? Some of the people in the right wing also share with us about the party.
Well, then maybe you should stop labeling everyone who was convicted of a crime on January 6th. I'll just address the room. I don't know who you are, sir. So when you're looking at hyperbolic rhetoric, it's coming from both sides. We've seen the enemy, and it is us. And when you call magats, we pay attention. When you call us Trump-tards, we're paying attention. That you might feel that justified because, we sip on liberal tears and leftist tears, and we might call you libtards. Yes, but when you're pointing fingers at us, understand when you call Trump Hitler, we're laughing at you. We're laughing at you because it's ridiculous. And your ignorance of history and what's happening and all the things that Democratic policies have put us through over the last 10 years are being blithely ignored because Orange Man bad. That's what we get from you. And I tell you, if you would just spend a couple moments saying, hey, this policy of Trump, we're not in a recession just yet. Hey, maybe the tariffs did need to be quote unquote rebalanced, like the EU leader said, a rebalancing. So when you don't give credit for the things that are actually going well, and you only nitpick and you call them a rapist and a pedophile, why should anyone who's supporting his policies, who are conservative, listen to you? You've lost the plot. You've lost the credibility. You don't have our respect because of all the crap that we've had to deal with, and like no recognition that we have valid points. Like, you first. You first. That's it.
Yeah, if I can just add to Monica's point. Monica, not only do they compare Trump to Hitler, but they say the U.S. under Trump is a dictatorship, right? I mean, all these examples of Trump derangement syndrome. We have our media, our left-leaning media, that devotes 24-hour coverage over analyzing everything that Trump states, how he drinks water, how he sits in a chair. You have politicians, public officials, celebrities, left-leaning or so-called progressive voters, any given day of the week, crying, screaming across social media, declaring democracy is over because of Trump. What else? We have meltdowns over Trump moving busts of MLK in the White House. Any decision that Trump makes is automatically interpreted as malicious or harmful.
Is this not everything you guys did with the Biden administration?
And Obama, I was waiting to say that. Like y'all act like this just started under Trump. Like to this day, when people say Obama name,
like Biden couldn't stutter over a word.
Gentlemen, the only difference is we did not disrupt our families and friend groups because they voted for Biden or Obama. We did not shun people because they voted for Biden or Obama.
You guys boycotted Bud Light because they had a trans person on an ad.
Why do you care?
Yeah, I mean...
No, wait. I don't care. I'm saying when you say you don't do it, stop acting like you don't when it's clear that you guys
No, we didn't burn down Tesla dealerships or put the swastika.
Hold on. Everyone chill out for a second. I thought I heard Nye trying to wrap up her point when I heard other people interrupting. I want to hear everybody's opinion. I think this is an important topic, but I want to hear Nye finish her point, and then somebody can respond to her.
Yeah, that's just my example. You see how quickly they were to come off the mic? I didn't interrupt anyone. They were so quick to come off the mic to bring up whataboutisms with Biden and Obama. And meanwhile, the difference is those who support Trump, we did not accuse those who support the left of being evil, of wanting to genocide everyone. We didn't call everyone Hitler. We didn't burn down cars. We didn't attempt to brainwash the children to think they're born in the wrong body. And we didn't label everyone who had opposing opinions as being Obama deranged or Biden deranged. The difference is, and I'll land here, it's seemingly Trump supporters are capable of critically thinking and engaging in discourse whether they agree with the other side or not, while leftists or progressives are incapable seemingly of doing that. I'll land.
Yeah, that's kind of laughable considering the party that had the biggest meltdown of all, which was having a fucking insurrection at the Capitol, happen because you guys lost an election. The same party that apparently doesn't cut family members off, but boycotted an entire alcohol brand just because a trans person happened to be featured on an ad with them, right? You I hate this moral grandstanding as if you guys are so much better than the left when everything you're complaining about the left doing right now is what you guys did during the Biden administration for 4 years straight. The motherfucker couldn't stutter once without you guys going into a panic about, oh my god, our president has no cognitive dissonance, his brain's gone, we're gonna get attacked by everybody because Biden doesn't know how to say 2 sentences in a row. Like, you guys were all over that, and we continued onwards. Like, if we want to say that TDS is a valid term, then BDS is an equally valid term by the same metric compared to how you guys have treated Biden, and still continue to, whenever somebody today brings up an issue with Trump, or whenever somebody today brings up an issue that's happening today, you guys will always go to the past and always be like, but the Biden administration, but the Biden administration, but the Biden administration, even though that motherfucker hasn't been in office for over a year at this point. You guys blame every single one of your problems on Biden and have a derangement as to how he's the greatest threat on earth. And take in mind, you hate the Hitler comparisons, but you guys spoke the same way of Biden. So that's why I'm confused that everything that you're mad about is always what you've also done. Not a complaint as to, oh, the left is doing it, the right is doing it. It's always rules for me, but not for me.
XG, knock off the profanity, please. Try to keep it clean.
Yeah, I think, look, I'm going to jump in real quick. We should try to get back on the topic. I think that would be important. If you guys know me well enough, I have criticism for all of these folks. The thing that I find the weirdest is that you guys, when you argue about this, if you put on a jersey for a particular party, then all of a sudden you sweep away certain things, you make excuses for certain things, but the other side is very bad. But the question here is specifically around Trump. There seems to be a level of ostracizing that's happening in society that I've never experienced. I've heard people, make critiques of like, oh, that's my conservative friend, and then they would joke about it. During the Bush term, Bush was vilified, but you could still have family parties, and maybe the viciousness is just going to progressively get worse. I don't know, but where it's at today, I just want to point out that, unless you want to go back to Reagan getting shot or go back to Kennedy, keep in mind that the political apparatus in this country wanted Trump to not be on the ballot. They wanted to forego democracy. They didn't like him so much. They also wanted to throw him in jail. They wanted to weaponize the justice system against him. And then finally, when that didn't work, there were attempts to take his life. I think that things have gotten super polarized, and with the conversation in this room, does the term TDS best describe progressive sentiment? I'm seeing a mixed bag of people that are supportive and critical of Trump that can find themselves on either side of whether or not they like this term or they dislike this term. I'm wondering, what would be I'd love to hear from somebody that's a progressive. What would you describe this sentiment that the progressives have towards Trump that seems to be that no matter what he does, he's the worst of the worst? How do we? What's the term that we use for people to catastrophize Trump in such a way that they will say he's literally Hitler? I'd love to hear from a progressive explain it to me. Okay, I know we have at least two progressives on stage.
Hey, Rock, I didn't hear your question. What was the last part you said? The actual question.
Yeah, the question is how do you describe progressive sentiment towards Trump? This idea that that Trump can never do anything good. The thing that leads you guys to saying that he's actually Hitler. He's literally Hitler. How did we get this far, and why is it so catastrophized?
Because it's right there. He's right on the verge of being Hitler. I'm not just saying this now. I've been saying this since he started running. And when I found out about Project 2025, which he denied, but now he's running like a fucking playbook. So every MAGA person gaslit us for months. He's not gonna do that, but now he's doing it. They not acknowledging oh shit. We said he wasn't gonna do it because it was fucked up. But now he's doing it. Now we're gonna ignore it. He's doing it and just move on. And every time somebody says something about it, we're gonna call it TDS. We're gonna say they're just deranged because they're calling out exactly what they said was gonna happen. Just because they're calling out, now they are deranged somehow. It's crazy. They don't want to talk about the points of what he's doing. They want to just talk about